I give myself a 2-hour window, and yet I still manage to be late, so... Yeah, anyway, did I set... Yeah, so we've got Gigabyte, we've got our ASRock boards, Asus boards... Actually, I don't have these selected right now, do I? So, which manufacturer should we start with? Damn it, the Asus website is as... Why? Like, to be fair, Gigabyte's website doesn't allow you to select multiple chipsets at the same time, but, like, what the fuck is this? Okay, I've broken it. Lovely. Okay, we're just gonna look at... I guess I'm gonna have to make a new tab for everyone. Every chipset. Oh, I also forgot we should pull up Intel Arc. Because the thing that makes these boards so incredibly boring is that, like, there's now, like, CPUs that don't pull a million watts that don't suck, so... Yeah. Where's the i3? There's the i3. So... Like, just to prove a point. Alright, so this is the... What is this? This 12100, right? 12100, same TDP as the 12300, so... Yeah. So there's, like, no difference between those two. Either way, they're both 90 watts max, so... Actually, that's not the TDP, is it? This is the TDP. Who cares? Like, this is the real power consumption. That's what we actually care about. Where's the 12600K? And then we just need wait, there's a 126... Oh, no. No, there is a 12600. Just a regular 12600. With... Yeah, much lower power draw. So the 12600K is kind of whack in that sense, where it's like, this is actually difficult to deal with, whereas this isn't. Okay, let's pull up the i7s. Am I blind? Where's the regular 12700? Oh, there it is. It's because they have that. Anyway. So this is the K. Yeah. K is 190 watts. Non-K is 180 watts. I don't know why they even bother having two specifications like that when they're basically the same. What else do we've got? And then we've got the 12900K. I guess... I wonder what the 12900F is like. Oh, that actually has a sensible power consumption. What about the 12900? Kind of the same thing, yeah. $110 watts for the quad cores under real-world use, as measured by what? The motherboard? Why do they keep going with K and non-K SKUs? Because money. 12300? No, it's got 3.5 base, 4.4 turbo. He's sent total system power draw. Yeah, see, that doesn't it's not useful if you're judging the VRM at all. Anyway, so basically, what makes the B660 motherboard so incredibly boring, in my opinion, is like if you're considering an i3, this will run on everything. Like, even... Where is it? Oh, I guess they have some... Okay, so there's this. That's terrible. I know that much. I'm guessing this is also terrible. This looks terrible, yeah. This is probably... Imagine if motherboard manufacturer websites didn't take forever to do anything. Anyway, so yeah, this, so that's like our VCC in there. 4+1. I'm guessing it's a 4+1 for V-Core and iGPU. I guess it could be a 3+2, but that would be kind of weird. That doesn't make a ton of sense. Anyway, even something as horrible as this is perfectly capable of providing 90 watts of power, assuming it has a downdraft air cooler, which is what the CPU comes with, and probably that air cooler is going to be a bigger problem than the motherboard's VRM in that scenario. So because of that, it's like if you're considering an i3, it's like just buy whatever. It should basically, like, unless somebody made some kind of fundamental design flaw, it'll run on everything. Yeah. And this looks like... I am very confused what this is. Is this a 5+1 or a 4+2? Wait, can I... No, yeah, 5+1. I have no idea what it is. Does it say? Probably doesn't, right? Because why would we give information? Not that it really matters, because the thing with the Intel CPUs is like, so you have your 100-ish watt i3, this will run on everything. Then you have your 117 watt i5s, which will kind of, like at this point the VRM kind of matters, but not really, not yet. Then you have the 12600K, and then it's like, okay, this is actually a problem. The whole reason why for years and years and years Intel would stick to like roughly 100 watt TDP CPUs is because, or what it used to be was 95 watts. Like all of your Sandy bridges were 95 watts, all of your like Ivy bridges were 77, Haswells were 84, Skylakes were 90? Something like that. Actually, no, I think Skylakes were like 77, something like, you know, consistently sitting under 100 watts. Because basically, you could make a complete trash motherboard and it would run if you were under 100 watts. Like, that's really not hard to deal with in terms of power delivery. 150 watts, on the other hand, this is actually a problem. Like, something like this is probably going to be limited to a maximum of around 120-ish watts of power, maybe 130, depending on how much airflow it's getting and what the ambient temperature is and that kind of thing. And so something like the i5 12600K is just like, yeah, this isn't going to be able to run at full speed. Like, it just isn't. So, yeah. So that's kind of like the divisions in the power draw. Is like you have the sort of sub 120 watt CPUs that'll run on almost everything. I think the i5s, you might have certain motherboards that would suck. But the thing with the i5s is also there's like the 12400F, which still has the same power, like upper power limit as the 12600, because Intel is too lazy to change the power specs that much. Like that's literally what it is. It's like, this right here with a 2.5 gigahertz base is, what's this? Yeah, that's the 3.3 gigahertz base versus 2.5 gigahertz base. Like, these are not going to pull the same power at all. Like, this is probably actually going to hit that 65 watt TDP for at base clock. This isn't. I'd be very surprised if this did. And so this actually has a TDP that's probably quite a bit higher than it needs to be. So this will really, like, this really should run on just about everything. Though I guess it does give them the option to bin like a super trash i5 into a 12400 potentially. So I don't know. I kind of doubt that you would see many i5 12400s that hit their power limits. Whereas the 12600, realistically, this actually could, because it has the frequencies for that. Like, the power limit is basically designed for the 12600, and then they just apply it to all the other i5s. Is kind of how Intel does it. Anyway, so yeah, 12600K is like, okay, now we kind of need a motherboard that doesn't suck. Then we get to the i7s, which are 200 watt CPUs and everything, like, yeah, they're basically 200 watt chips. And 12600K without power limit on B660. The thing with the 12600K without power limit is, it's a $300 CPU, and all you get is a bunch of E-cores. Like, if I was if I was trying to, like, min-max a system, I would probably try to squeeze a 12700F into it. Because that is actually, like, reasonably priced. and a lot faster than the... Yeah, see? 314 versus 300. And you actually get P cores instead of just this garbage. So, though... oh wait, no, that's the E cores. Base performance, yeah, 2.1 gigahertz. So the thing with the 12700F though is like, yeah, this is a 180 watt CPU. Like the thing is, it's really hard to judge a motherboard that's only going to be able to do exactly 150 watts. Like that's a really awkward, like 200 watts is basically, you need a VRM heatsink and halfway decent MOSFETs, like, and you know, so like, what would run an i7? Like this will run an i7. This will actually probably run the 200 watt i9s, this right here. Yeah, the i5 is kind of like it's in this awkward middle ground where it's not quite power, like, it's just 150 watts is awkward. I don't know, I guess it would run on something like this, probably? Also, you don't get a heatsink with the i5. That is worth noting, you don't get a heatsink with the K chips. So if you're going to buy an i5, you're going to have to buy your own heatsink, whereas I think with the i7 you still get one. Right, where is the i7? There's the 12700. Thermal suspense, no. I'm pretty sure it comes with an air cooler. Intel control, no. I'm 99% sure this comes like this comes with a heatsink, right? I thought it was only the K chips that they don't sell heatsinks with. What the hell's this? It doesn't say if it has a heatsink. Are you fucking shitting me? What the hell is that? Yeah, it comes with a heatsink. Hey, it comes with a... Yeah, it comes with this thing. I mean, that's not going to cool 100... Well, see, this is going to prevent your VRM from catching fire because this is going to thermal throttle the shit out of the CPU. But it's still cheaper. Like, it's going to cost... Yeah, like... Yeah, I guess technically $10 heatsinks exist. But at that point, like, you're really right up against the price of an i7 12700F at that point. So I would just get the 12700F, unless you need the iGPU. In which case you're kind of looking at, what, the regular 12700, which I can't remember the price of that. Oh man, yeah, okay, that's actually kind of a lot for the iGPU version. So I guess that is a consideration there, but I don't like the idea of buying a $300 CPU and then just getting a bunch of E-cores for it. As well as no heatsink. Right? Like, that's just... Because, like, the E-cores, they add what? Like 1,000 points in Cinebench? That's it? Actually, if you're on a B660, they do even less than that, because you can't even overclock the stupid things. So... Yeah, I don't know that I would stick a 12600K in a B660 motherboard. I guess there's also the KF, but even then, like, you still run into the whole, like, it doesn't come with a heatsink, and you just get a bunch of E-cores, and the E-cores kind of suck. Anyway, so, I don't, like, admittedly with the i7 you do still need, like, a capable motherboard, but it does come with the downdraft air cooler, so, yeah, so I don't know, like, I wouldn't use a 12600K on B660 because it just doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. And the thing is, you save a lot of, like, if you go with, where was it, the 12600? You save a lot of money, I think, right? Because this is $289 to $299, whereas the 12600, yeah, like, you save, like, a lot of money if you just ditch the E-cores. And I guess maybe if you do, like, video encoding, will you notice? They really don't make that much of a difference in my experience, so... Okay, well, if you do a lot of multi-threaded stuff, I guess you'll notice the E-core's missing, but otherwise you just won't notice, because they're borderline useless. Why would you get a Z690 Riptide for a 12700F? Oh, free motherboard. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you were paying for that motherboard, that would be very weird. Anyway. So, that's kind of the first thing with B660 is, like, so all the, like, so you basically have, like, 2 CPUs that'll run on almost everything, and then you have a bunch of CPUs where it's like, okay, now you actually need, like, a halfway decent VR, or, actually, if you decide to stick a 12900K into a B660 motherboard, which is completely stupid, by the way, if you do that, dumb. Very dumb. But if you do that, like, you do actually need something like a B660 Tomahawk or something, because this is basically a Z690 motherboard in everything except name. Like, it costs like a B660 motherboard, Z690 motherboard. Let's pull them up. LGA 1700. Actually, yeah, let's pull up all the S1700s and go from cheapest to most expensive. So, yeah. There's your potato ASRock motherboard, and that'll run your i5s and i3s, except the K. I wouldn't put the K on that. That would not go well. What do we have from... Yeah, this is kind of the same situation. And then we get up to... Where's the thing is, I don't think the Tomahawk's listed, which is super annoying. Yeah, there's no freaking Tomahawk prices there. Yep, sure looks like there isn't a price. Actually, I don't think it's even in the list at all. Right now. Like, I don't think it's listed on Z690, and... Yeah, so... Oh, there's the Tomahawk. There. Okay, so that's basically priced like a Z690 board at that point. Though, it is worth noting there are some advantages compared to a Z690 motherboard. Like, if you buy a really low-end Z690 board, you get, like, you get worse audio than this. That's, I think, the main difference. Though, with a low-end Z690 board, you get more M.2 slots, you get a slightly better VRM off the top of my head. Yeah, I think you get Intel networking instead of Realtek networking, though from what I've heard, the 2.5 gig LANs are both terrible. Like, apparently both of the 2.5 gig LANs have some issues, so I don't know, like, which one's better there. So, B660, like, the high-end B660s kind of make sense. It's like, if you want better onboard audio and don't really care about anything else, and you want to run, like, an i9 in your B660 motherboard, then it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Also, what's the price difference between the 12900 and the K? Okay, this is still insane. That's actually a big price saving. So the DDR5 B660 motherboards are sort of frustrating in two ways. One, DDR5 is expensive. Two, DDR5 on 6-star PCBs kinda sucks. Those DDR4 adapters would cost so much that they would make DDR5 look sensible. And they'd also cause all kinds of issues, probably. Anyway, I've not really planned out how I want to do this, so... should we just go through one of the manufacturers, like all of their boards, and I'm just going to sort of guesstimate what kind of power consumption they can deal with? Because that's basically what this is going to come down to. I kind of like that idea. So I guess we're going to do all of the ASRock boards. If you get a 12700KF instead of a 12700F, you need to buy a heatsink. Also, the 12700F is a lot cheaper than the KF. Because, where is it? Wow. Yeah. Like, Intel keeps the price differences pretty similar, so I'm gonna assume it's like a $50 difference between the KF and the regular F. Anyway, let's go through all the ASRock boards. I'm kind of disappointed in Intel. I would not consider a 12900 CPU, but if they doubled the core count of the 12100, I'd totally actually buy that CPU. Isn't that just a 12700F? All E-core just out of curiosity. It's called a Skylake. Without hyperthreading. Get yourself an i5 6600. There's your all E-core CPU. Except it's kind of gigantic. Not very space efficient at all. Yeah, but you can just turn the E-cores off. And, like, Intel's not going to sell you 8 P-cores for a reasonable price, because that's the, like, expensive part, with all probability. Anyway, so I guess we'll just go bottom up for ASRock. Let's click on the first one, H610 ITX. It has a VRM heatsink, and this is not a completely stupid VRM heatsink design. I mean, this doesn't inspire confidence by any means. Wait, this has power stages. So, stick in an i3 in something like this, you're gonna be fine. Or even an i5, because that looks like 4-phase V-core with... Actually, it might be 5-phase V-core with 1-phase iGPU. Do they say? No, they don't. 50 ADR MOS. Also, like, the nice thing with ITX boards is the VRM is so close to the socket that you don't get a lot of power plane power losses. So this doesn't look completely horrible for like a basic ITX motherboard. Yeah, I'd be willing to put an i3 in this. Even an i5 would also probably still be fine. I wonder if it's 5, like if it's 5+1, then the i5 I'd be actually confident about it, but even if it's 4+2, it should still probably be fine. I wouldn't put an i7 in this. I wouldn't put any K CPUs or an i7 in the, or like K CPUs, i7s or i9s. I wouldn't put them in there unless you're happy like reducing the power limit. Though the motherboard might just do that for you. I wonder if ASRock makes a differentiation in that. If we go to support. Okay, yeah, they don't spec if they support the full high power consumption. They just support the, like, base power, and that doesn't really help us in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, okay, I wouldn't put an i9 in this, or an i7, but everything, like the i5s, i3s, that would be just fine. Next we have this thing, which, this is probably actually slightly worse than the ITX board, but I don't feel like that fundamentally changes anything. Like, it should still run i5s and i3s just fine. What's the rear I/O like? Oh, that's not completely terrible. It's still, you still get 6 USB Type-A ports. It's like almost ITX. I just realized what a strange form factor this is. B660 would be great if it didn't cost almost the same as Z690. Yeah, that's... Well, depends which B60s you're looking at. So, anyway, this, like, exists, and yeah, it's fine for i3s. i3s, i5s, I wouldn't put anything more power-hungry than... Actually, what's more convenient? Should I just say up to 117 watts like, should I just say the power limit that I think this should run at, or the CPU names? Because like, up to 117 watts, this should be mostly okay. I prefer just talking in power limits, to be completely honest, so that's what we're gonna do. This is the same board, isn't it? Yeah, that's the same board, except with some adjustments, I'm guessing. No, it's like... I guess the different rear I/O. Yeah, I think you don't get a VGA on the other one. Wait a minute. Okay, no, I didn't. I thought I saw a different memory speed spec, but I didn't. They're the same. Actually, H610 doesn't support overclocking, does it? On the memory. Yeah, it doesn't. Neat. So, that's one downside. There's this thing where you get 4 USB ports in the back. So no. Like, I'm guessing this is literally the cheapest board ASRock makes, but yeah, like this is terrible. Like, this is just absolutely horrendous. So this, like, again, it'll run i3s and i5s, but like, it's basically a laptop at this point. Anyway, what do we have? Oh, look, it's the same VRM with a heatsink. The thing is, I'm not sure that heatsink's going to make that much of a difference. Yeah. Like, I'm really, really not sure how much of a difference that heatsink's gonna make. It's not exactly much of a heatsink. Like, certainly it gives you probably, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 times the surface area of the bare MOSFETs themselves. But, actually more than that. Probably, like, yeah, it has a decent amount more surface area. Probably uses a really... I don't think the crappy thermal pad would even be a problem. So maybe a 12600K would kind of run on this. Like, yeah. I guess this might be the, like, 150... This might be the 150-watt motherboard if you use a downdraft air cooler. If you use anything else, it'll still overheat, because that heatsink isn't gonna... Like, this isn't gonna work if you try to run it completely passive. Wait, this is DDR5? Are you... Okay, nope. Actually, wait, no, this is... Yeah, no, this is dumb. Because it can't overclock, right? Yeah, this is just going to be DDR5 at 4800. Like, literally pointless. Like, DDR5 doesn't make sense until you're approaching 6000, in my opinion. This isn't going to approach 6000, it can't do that. So, anyway, so that's the H610 boards. And basically, avoid the DDR5 one, because that's just dumb. And then the other ones, it's kind of like, just don't stick anything high power consumption into them. Anyway, then we've got the B660s, and we've got an ITX board. Hey, it's actually like the same VRM as that H610 board, but now we have a bigger heatsink. Yeah, like, yeah, quite a bit bigger heatsink. So that's better, I guess. Other than that, I think it's literally... Yeah, this is literally the same board with a different chipset, isn't it? Which makes sense. Like, why would you make, you know, multiple different PCBs if you can make one PCB and then just change what chipset's on there? Hop. Look, it's the same board. Literally. Somehow the M.2, oh, I guess because it's PCIe Gen 4 M.2 on this one and not on the other one, is it? Yeah, Gen 4x4, whereas this one is Gen 3x4. I still wouldn't put an i5 in this, because, like, the main problem with the, I don't trust this to deal with 150 watts. 120, because the issue with the power consumption is that, you know, going from 90 watts to 120 watts, that's a 30 watt difference. Going from 120 watts to 150 watts is a 30 watt difference. But the problem is that power delivery heat output is non-linear. If you go from 100 amps, like if you go from 80 amps output to 100 amps output, you're not necessarily going to decrease, like the efficiency of the VRM is not going to go down as much, or actually that's not really that useful. The efficiency doesn't really matter. The heat output of the VRM is not necessarily going to increase as much as if you go from 100 watts to 120 watts, and then from like 120 watts to 140 watts, because most of your power losses are I2R based, so they grow quadratically, not linearly. So a 10% increase in current draw very quickly translates into like a 21% increase in heat output. And so going from 90 to 120 watts, not necessarily a big deal. Going from 120 watts to 150 can suddenly be like, oh, something that was previously running at not the best temperatures, but tolerable, is now very much overheating. So that's kind of the issue. And again, like a big part of why for the longest time, Intel didn't make CPUs for that had more than like 100 watt power specifications until the Coffee Lake, basically. Yeah, I think Coffee Lake is when Intel first started making CPUs where the power limit was starting to go north of 100 watts, because basically you had quad core, because Intel kept doing quad cores, and then it's like, well, you add 50% more cores, what happens to the power consumption? Anyway, so I still wouldn't trust this to run an i5. But everything, like even, I mean, I wouldn't trust this to run the 12600K, but I would trust it to run everything below a 12600K. No, I think if you glued enough heatsinks to that VRM heatsink, you might get away with even a 12600K. You might even be able to get an i7 to run on this if you get creative with it, but I don't think that's a good way to, you know, do stuff. Anyway, what do we have? So next we have the B660m HDV. Oh look, it's an H610 board with, oh, DDR4, good. I was like, wait a minute, so that's not DDR5. Like, again, it'll run i3s, it'll run i5s, very boring. What else do we have? Okay, we have a heatsink now with DDR5. No. Yeah, no. It's just no. Well, actually, no, this will actually overclock your DDR5. It might suck, though. Like, admittedly, it is 1 DIMM per channel, but I wonder if, like, the concern I have with this is I wonder if the topology on this got as much attention as the better boards. Supports DDR5 technology. Okay. What speeds, though? They don't say. That to me sounds like they didn't finish something. So ASRock actually... Oh, so the QVL did up to 6,000-ish. That might actually run. Yeah, that might actually run on this. Even though I'm pretty sure this is a 4-layer PCB. But it's 1 DIMM per channel, so, you know, it might actually do the speeds that they're speccing here. The thing is, that doesn't really make, like, it doesn't make sense to buy, like, a super low-end motherboard like this and then use high-end DDR5. And low-end DDR5 is really, really bad. Like, it really isn't worth it, in my opinion, to get low-end DDR5. You could just get, like, for the same price, you can get good DDR4 instead. So, yeah, but other than that, I guess you could maybe get a i5 12600K to run on something like this. Maybe. The thing is, the VR, like, ASRock likes to use really trash MOSFETs. And so I'm not sure that heatsink really makes that much of a difference. Anyway, what do we have next? We have the Phantom Gaming 4. Finally, a motherboard that doesn't suck, maybe? Yeah, actually, this is decent, because you got your power stages. or driver MOS components. How's the rear I/O? You get 6 USB Type A's, so not completely terrible. B660M HDV, no heatsink at all. If it doesn't have a heatsink, it'll do up to 120 watts. Like, I'd be confident up to 120 watts. Everything above that, no. What's the lowest layer count motherboard? 4 layers. I'm not sure you can make it functional. Well, I guess if you go back in time enough, you might eventually find 2-layer motherboards. But for, like, modern hardware, you're not going to get less than 4 layers because you won't be able to, like, do anything with less than 4 layers. As far as I know, each memory channel has an entire layer of the motherboard to itself. And there's a memory power plane that needs to run between them. So, yeah, you can't really do a DDR4, like, you can't even do a DDR4 motherboard on 2 layers, unless you're gonna do it, like, single channel, and, yeah, even then, I'm not sure it would work out. No, because the problem, you eventually run into an issue of, like, some of your traces are just gonna be too damn long if you try to make it single layer. How many layers the OEM? Probably 4. Like, 4-layer PCBs aren't particularly expensive. Actually, they're kind of cheap these days. Anyway, so B660 Phantom Gaming 4. So this looks like... This might run an i7, actually. Yeah, if you have enough airflow over the heatsinks on this, it'll run an i7. I wouldn't see any issues with that. I don't know how much it costs, though, but yeah. I wouldn't put an well, actually, the regular i9s, the 200-watt i9s, might actually run on this. Depending, again, if you have, like, a downdraft air cooler or a... Well, just get a downdraft air cooler if you're going to run something like this with an i9. But I wouldn't put a 12900K in this. Because that 240-watt power limit is actually ridiculous. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, this is reasonably sized. I think it might be a 6-layer, actually probably a 4. I can't tell. Oh yeah, it's a 4-layer. Planes on outer layers. No, it's not. I can see the freaking traces. Yeah, like, you can literally see the memory traces on the top layer of the board. I have no idea what they're talking about with that. Because there are 4-layer ASRock motherboards where they have, like, full, like, planes on the top layers, which I don't know how they managed to do that, because that means the channels have to be internal to the board, which is super weird. But, yeah, this doesn't seem to be doing that, because I can see the traces. So, I'm not sure. I guess they copy-pasted this from some of their other 4-layer PCBs. But, I guess the power plane on this thing is going to get infernally hot, though. Again, if you have a downdraft air cooler, that shouldn't be an issue. Sure, though, yeah, so that's like, okay, like, you could probably put a 200-ish watt CPU in that, probably. I wouldn't recommend it, but you might be able to get away with it. What else do we have? B660m Pro RS, 8-phase, 4-layer, doesn't use DRMOS components. Doesn't it? Oh yeah, no, it is a different VRM, isn't it? Wait, no it isn't. They're like the same freaking board. But, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 4, 8. What the fuck? Like, what? I think this is the same board, isn't it? Yeah, like, it doesn't make sense for this to have a better VRM than this. Because this, this has proper heat sinks on it. And yeah, so, like, an i9 on, like, a non-K i9... Like, anything except the 12900K, I'd be okay with on this board. Mostly because the 4-layer PCB still doesn't give me confidence for over 200 watts, but... Yeah. How's the rear I/O, though? It's not really any different, is it? Actually, it's literally the same because it's the same board. You just get some RGB headers on this. You get troubleshooting LEDs down by the PCIe slot, so you'll never... Well, I guess nobody really uses this PCIe slot, especially not on a motherboard like this, so I guess you'll still see those LEDs, but that's not a great location for them, in my opinion. But you get those LEDs over here as well. So the difference here is just like, okay, one of them has bigger heat sinks than the other. I don't know what the price difference between them is. I wouldn't pay significantly more for this one. Though the heatsinks should help. Like, these are proper heatsinks for the board. Like, that right there is, yeah, like, these are proper heatsinks compared to this, so... Yeah. The thing is, judging heatsink efficiency is, like, impossible. So, yeah, anyway. But I guess, like, if the price difference isn't too big, I guess I would go for the heat-synced version. Then we have the B660m Steel Legend, and now we've got 9-phase DR MOS again. Looks like they changed the inductors. Yep, they changed the inductors. I'm guessing this finally uses a proper 6-layer PCB? Ah, they don't say. Really, guys? Come on. I'm going to say it's a 6-layer, because they're not advertising the 4-layer memory topology thing. The rear I/O is still trash, but you do get BIOS flashback. And, optical output? Yeah, you get upgraded audio, I guess, in the sense that you get, like, an optical output, whereas it's still, the audio codec is still the same, yeah. Both of them are still on the ALC897. So, they're probably going to sound the same, but if you just need different ports... Okay, they do say it's a 6-layer PCB. Why does... Man, ASRock's website and just having things in random-ass places. So yeah, this doesn't look completely horrible. And you get troubleshooting LEDs in a slightly more reasonable location this time. I think. I think that those 4 down there are LEDs, right? Z690 Unify X or a ROG STRIX Z690i? Unify X. Like, I don't know how that's even a question. The thing is, I'm not sure that this would necessarily... Well, actually, the power plane would be a lot more substantial, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm not... So... I feel like just slapping this into the 200-watt category as well, but this might actually deal with the i9 12900K. Not that that's particularly useful. I guess you could also take your 12900 and take the power limits off. That would probably be okay on a board like this. What else do we have? B660 Pro RS. Oh, this is like a big version of those four-layer MATX boards. VRM spread out a bit more. I'm assuming it's a 7+1 for vCore and iGPU. Yeah, 4-layer. So basically what I said about this one applies here, except the VRM has a little bit more space between the components, so it might... Like, this should run a little bit cooler than this, just because the components aren't so squashed together. Yeah. It has troubleshooting LEDs in a reasonable location. Wait, this has... Okay, 4 SATA ports. Yeah, this doesn't look horrendous. I don't know what it's going to cost, though. So that's kind of the annoying thing, is like, I just don't know the pricing for a lot of these boards. But that doesn't look completely terrible. And then we get the B660 Steel Legend. And, yeah, you should be able to run the 12900K on this. So actually, I'm going to put that on the MATX version as well. Like, this should run the 12900K. The rear I/O on all of these, though, is just like, I guess you get a USB Type-C port. Yay! But yeah, like, you get 6 Type-A's, which is terrible, in my opinion. At least it's not DDR5, is it? Yeah, no, it's DDR4. Very sensible. What do you use all the USB ports for? Well, I have a printer, I have an external, I have a USB sound card, I have multiple webcams, sometimes I have a drawing tablet, mouse, keyboard, what else is there? I think a lot of it is the multiple webcams. I also have like a USB extension cord that I use for options at the end of it, because, yeah. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I use like 8 rear I/O USB ports. Yeah, off the top of my head, I want to say I use 8 because I had a motherboard that had 7, and that was the motherboard where I actually had to go and get something to get more USB ports. Now, the capture card runs, I have a PCIe capture card. But yeah, if you're going to use a USB capture card, then yeah, you need more USB ports again. Anyway, yeah, so I'm really not a fan of having like full ATX boards with just 6 Type-A's. That's terrible. Why don't you use a hub? Because hubs make a mess. Like, there is enough cables running along my desk as is. The last thing I need is all of the USB cables going to some random spot on the desk where the hub lives. And having the hub dangle off the back of the motherboard just seems horrible. I've already shared my opinion on the Z690 boards. Can you not read the title of the freaking stream? It says B660, H670, and H610. Where does it say Z690? Anyway, we also have H670 ASRock boards, which, interestingly enough, ASRock seems to be the only manufacturer really using the H670 chipset. Like, I think MSI has, like, 1 board with it. Let's see. This looks like the rear I/O might not... Hey, look! We've got a rear I/O that isn't completely freaking horrible. So that's nice. I mean, the audio got downgraded, but I don't care about that part. Like, that's the nice thing if you have an external audio... Like, if you have an external audio solution, you never have to worry about the onboard audio again. It just becomes completely irrelevant. I guess the same is true for a USB hub, but the thing is, getting USB ports on motherboards doesn't tend to cost you very much. It just means you need to avoid ASRock. Because most manufacturers are halfway decent about providing USB ports. Like, they don't really cost much. So I don't get why it is that, like, ASRock likes to just make motherboards with no USB ports. Yeah, this should run an i9. Yeah, I don't see a reason that this couldn't run an i9. I mean, we've got... This is the same VRM they have on the B660s, just more features. And it's still DDR4, so it doesn't use the memory like DDR5 at least. And we have an H670 Riptide, which is the same thing, but with smaller heat sinks. Oh, wait. Yeah, this sure looks like the same thing, but with smaller heat sinks. Actually, this might be a worse VRM. Six-layer PCB still. And it does still use DRMOS components, they've just, like, used cheaper inductors. And it is a 6-layer, so, yeah, honestly, like, this would be a good board for, like, the i7s and the non-K i9s, I think. The heatsinks aren't exactly confidence-inspiring, though, are they? If you throw enough airflow at it, I'm sure it'll be fine, and ASRock at least is halfway decent about providing VRM temperature sensors, unlike Asus. Asus VRM temperature sensors exist, like, they have temperature sensors, you just can't access them with any software, ever. And we have the 670m Pro RS. Is it on DRMOS? Hey, this is still on DRMOS components. And bigger heat sinks. They should still do an i7, honestly. Like, this will probably run pretty hot doing that, but I don't think it wouldn't be able to do it. And 4-layer PCB. If you have a downdraft air cooler, it should be doable. Yeah, and how's the rear I/O? We're back to B660 levels. Okay, well, hopefully this is somewhat cheap at least. And then we've got the H670 ITX, and... hey, they upgraded the VRM heatsink again. Actually, they've upgraded the VRM. That's a different VRM than what we've had on the other ITX boards so far. Yeah, so you get a 6+2? 7+1? Maybe, might be 7+1. Because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 DRMOSs over there. Yeah, so this is probably a 7+1. The only issue is, like, half the VRM has no heatsinks, so it'll still run pretty damn hot, but, the thing is, like, I'm thinking back, and it's like, I've technically shoved, like, 240 watts through a 6-phase, ITX board for Z390, but the thing is, I had to have a freaking Delta fan, like, a really, really high RPM fan on the VRM heatsink for that to work. So it was like, yeah, technically it worked. Technically. And it still ran at, like, 100+ degrees Celsius. So it was by no means ideal. But this is slightly better. Because that board also shoved like 5 of the V-core phases under one heatsink, and then you had like one V-core phase hanging out by the 8-pin power connector with no heatsink. So, yeah, I'm not sure how to judge this one. Kind of wish there was other, like 150 watt, I wish there was 150 watt CPUs that weren't the 12600K, because the 12600K is just terrible as a value CPU. Yeah, 8-layer PCB because it's ITX. So this looks like, this doesn't look completely horrible, but like it's just really hard to judge. So yeah, anyway, that's all the ASRock boards. So I guess we're going to move on to, I don't know, MSI, because their website is not terrible unlike some of the other vendors. There we go. USB port PCIe extensions. Yeah, but then you're spending money to... Oh, yeah, that's the main complaint I had for USB hubs. So, 1, they make a mess on the desk. 2, you're spending money to, like, fix missing features on a motherboard. Which I guess once you have the hub, it's like, okay, you never have to upgrade that again, but... Yeah, I like the thing is, usually at the same price point, because I complain about USB ports, both MSI and Gigabyte have a tendency to include a lot of USB ports on just like all of their motherboards. So basically, if you want USB ports, all it really does is like, okay, well, instead of buying an ASRock motherboard for whatever price, you have to buy the Gigabyte motherboard at that same price point. And then I guess you have to put up with Gigabyte's BIOS, but I don't really consider ASRock's BIOS any better, so to me that's not that's not a problem. Anyway, MSI B660s. I guess let's start with the Bazooka. And so this board's kind of interesting because it's like a whole lot of VRM heatsink with not a lot of under it. Right? Because, yeah, this is a bunch of discrete MOSFETs. And it is a lot of them, and MSI does tend to use somewhat better discrete MOSFETs than some of the other vendors. But yeah, you just get a bunch of discrete MOSFETs under some massive VRM heatsinks. Which is a perfectly reasonable approach. Like, this might actually, if this is, I don't know how many layers this has. If this is on a 6-layer PCB, this would actually probably do a i9 12900K even. Except I can't find a layer count. This should be a 6, though. Yeah, I think, yeah, that layer count indicator looks a little bit too long to be a 4-layer board, because if you look at a 4-layer MSI, I think this has the layer count indicator still on it. Yeah, you can see the layer count indicator in the audio section is like this super tiny rectangle versus this like long strip over here, so this got to be a 6-layer. Yeah, the I/O on this thing is terrible. But this board should be under $150. And you get your 2 internal M.2 slots and SATA ports, and it's like, okay, if you don't care about USB ports, you get... Like, you get a lot of VRM on a 6-layer PCB, and, you know, so it's like... it's a whole lot of power delivery and not much else, is kind of the way I see this board. Actually, it's not even a lot of power delivery, it's just a lot of VRM heatsink, which still kind of counts. So, yeah, and you do get troubleshooting LEDs, and they are color-coded on the newer MSI boards, which is nice. And it's DDR4. So, yeah, like... I mean, I'm not a fan of the rear I/O on that board, but if you don't care about that, then this is a very capable motherboard. The main issue I have with that board is actually that the Dash A exists. Actually, no, that's the wrong Dash A. There's an MATX Dash A, which is like the same thing, but cheaper. Yeah, literally the same thing, but cheaper. Alright, so here's the Dash A. Actually, you get a bunch of display outputs, which is not all that useful. And you get Wi-Fi. Whereas with this, I'm assuming they'll eventually make a Wi-Fi version, because, like, there's the option for it, but, yeah, like, you can see how the rear I/O is the same thing. And then if you look at the board itself, it's literally just a heatsink swap. And this heatsink barely even changed, this top one. Right, like, I guess this one's taller, which we can't really see in this angle. Actually, I don't think it's even significantly taller. Right? Like, this looks... Yeah, I have no idea. This should do 200 watts of power delivery as well, though. Like, if this gets enough airflow, it should still handle 200 watts of power delivery. This will just do it with lower temperatures. So, yeah, so this, I think, is the better board in this case, because this is just, like, the same thing, but cheaper. I don't think there's any major differences yet, I guess. Well, let's check. Yeah, you got Realtek on both of them. You got ALC897 on both of them. You got... Everything's the same. Like, literally the same. Alright, I'm gonna try align the spec sheets. There. Oh, they added a TPM. Actually, wait, no, that's like an extra thing for this board. Oh, and you get Wi-Fi on this board as well. Yeah, so they're the same. Same board, different color scheme. One of them has a bigger heatsink. So yeah, I don't know that I would really like. I don't think this board makes a ton of sense when this exists. Anyway, next we have the B660 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, which has DDR5 on a 6-layer PCB with 4 DIMM slots, so you should probably already know what I'm about to say. But this will power a 12900K no problem, because this is basically a slightly smaller version of the VRM that MSI has on their Z690-A board. Yeah, so this has, like, this will power everything. This will... Like, honestly, this could overclock if it wasn't a B660. MSI isn't doing non-K overclocking. Then rear I/O-wise, like, this is actually decent rear I/O, but this board also is, like... Well, it's DDR5. And actually, the easier way to show the DDR5 thing is to go to the memory section and then see... No, wait, there. Max supported speed, 6200. And that's if you're, like, lucky, probably. And if you want to run 4 memory sticks, you're screwed. Because, yeah, 4 DIMM slots of DDR5 are a mistake. It'll probably do 5200, maybe 5400 if you're, like, willing to fiddle with it yourself, but I wouldn't recommend 4 sticks of DDR5. Because even then, it's like, that's just not that fast. But, like, you wouldn't just, like, I'd just get DDR4 instead. Yeah, so the main advantage you'd get with this, instead of a low-end Z690, is that this has better audio. That's basically it. Yeah, because if I pull up the low-end Z690 board, and... Nope. Let's pull out the ruler motherboard. Where's the Z690-A? Everything gets compared to the -A, because the -A is OP. Actually, no, I do not want the DDR5 version, because DDR5 on 6-layer boards is dumb. Oh man, and it reset. Wi-Fi regular DDR4 version. There we go. So, yeah, if you go to the specs for this, like, this has the ALC897, and that's basically the only difference. Oh, I guess you also get Intel LAN instead of Realtek LAN. I don't know how much of a difference that makes. But yeah, so the B660 Tomahawk, and on the other hand, like, with this, you get 4 M.2 slots, you get your troubleshooting LEDs, you get your 6 SATA ports, you get, like, the same similar rear I/O. Yeah, you get, like, the same rear I/O almost. This is, what, 8 Type A's versus 7, so, yeah, basically the same. You don't get BIOS flashback on this, whereas you do on this. I'm pretty sure that's BIOS flashback in the rear I/O, I think. So, yeah, now, admittedly, this is a little bit over this tends to be around $220, like, $200 to $240, depending on which version of this board you get. Whereas this is under $200. So it's like, yeah, you save 40 bucks and you get better audio, I guess. I don't know if I would... Like, I guess that makes sense, depending on what exactly you're trying to go for with your system, but I wouldn't get the DDR5 version of any of the B660 boards. That's just dumb, in my opinion. So, yeah, there's a DDR4 version. I would just get that instead. And this will run absolutely everything. And you can also, like, max out the power limit and stuff. But yeah, actually, we can do the VRM, like, I'm just going to show the difference in the... Actually, do they show the power delivery on this board or not? It frustrates me so much with MSI on the... On, like, the Pro branded motherboards, they don't show the VRM for some reason, even when it's good. Like, I don't get why they do this. Oh, there we go. Here's the VRM. Okay, 14 plus, yeah, so it's the same power stages. There's just very slightly less of them, right? 12, which actually it's a 6-phase versus 7-phase is what the difference is. Yeah. So they basically took out one phase. And that's the whole difference. And it's like, that actually doesn't really make much of a difference at all. Anyway, so that's the, like, B660 Tomahawks. The H670 Tomahawk is a wacky one, though. So this thing has the bad audio codec, but has the Intel LAN. Like, this is super wacky, right? Like, where one of them is Realtek LAN and better audio. This one's worse audio, better... like, Intel LAN instead. And then if you go to the rear I/O of this thing, you get, like, a different loadout of audio ports, less Type A's in total. You get Wi-Fi 6 instead of Wi-Fi 6E. And you get BIOS flashback, whereas the B660 version doesn't get BIOS flashback. So I have no idea what, like, is going on with these boards. Also, I think the H670 board is more expensive. And at that point, it's like, okay, so this one's super weird. Oh yeah, and this one gets the Z690 like the full Z690 VRM instead of the B660 VRM. Like, this board, like, I don't know what is going on with the Tomahawks. They're just like this weird mishmash of stuff. Especially the H670 one. Like, this one, I have no idea what's going on with it. Because, like, why does it have so much VRM? Like, personally, I would prefer it if it had less VRM and was cheaper instead, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this one. Anyway, let's keep moving on. So yeah, you have the DDR4 Tomahawk, which, if you want to run a really high-power CPU on B660, it'll do that really well. Then we have the B660M Mortar, which is pretty much more of the same, because if I'm not mistaken, it's literally the same VRM. Yup, that's the same VRM as you get on the ATX B660 Tomahawk. This is slightly cheaper, though, because it's an MATX board. And other than that, I mean, don't get the DDR5 version of this, get the DDR4 version, of course. No MSI motherboards will do non-K overclocking except like high-end Z690s, so that's not why the VRM is good. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's good because i9 12900K is kind of ridiculous. The rear I/O is not that great on this, I guess, but it's not the worst for like the lower end B6, like for the B6, like for B660 motherboards. And you get an ALC 1200 on this, so yeah, that's kind of that. There's a Wi-Fi version of the Mortar, which is white. Then there's a DDR5 version, which you should avoid. Then we have a B660-A, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the same as the MATX version of the B660. This looks very much like the Z690 board, but it's not. There's very slight differences. It took me quite a while to realize. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, they just took the Z690 and replaced the chipset. No, it's not. It's actually quite different, but yeah. Yeah, it still uses a 6-layer PCB. Fortunately, they will not tell us what power delivery this has. Oh yeah, and this is the DDR5 version, so don't get that. Rear I/O is approaching awful territory, but you do still get your optical output if you care about that for the audio. 897, Realtek 2.5 gig, and that's basically all there is to this one, I think. You get troubleshooting LEDs. It'll run, like, honestly, you could probably run an i9 on this. I'm pretty sure this has power stages under those VRM heatsinks. Because I don't think you would be cramming your inductors. That actually, no, this is MSI, so they might, actually, it might be MOSFETs. I don't know. I'm not, like, it doesn't say. Yeah, and so there's the DDR4 version, which is what you should actually be considering. DDR5 version of the Mortar. Then we've got the B660m-B. Now we get into the super cheaper MSI boards, and these are like only i5s and i3s, non-K, right? Like sub 120 watt CPUs. You make a video on why not to get a DDR5 board, because cheap DDR5 boards kind of suck at running DDR5. Like, the whole point of DDR5, like, DDR5 gets good if you can run it at high speeds. Guess what you can't do on cheap motherboards? Also, 13th gen CPUs will support DDR4 as well. The thing is, like, for me, it's more about the performance thing. Like, you can get, like, good DDR4 for what you get terrible DDR5. And also, yeah, DDR5 is currently so expensive that you could actually just get a K chip and a DDR4 Z690 board. And DDR4. No, no. H610 is limited to 3200. And H670 and B660 can overclock the memory. But they can't overclock the CPU. Unless you're Asus. And if you're Asus, you can only do it on 2 DDR5 motherboards, which is really dumb. Anyway, so, yeah, this is like a perfectly good motherboard for i5s or i3s, as long as you know, not the i5K chip, because that's 150 watts. And then there's the -G version of that, which is, like, they shuffle the rear I/O on these, is what they do with them. But, yeah, other than that, it's the same board, and again, the same power considerations for the CPU is, like, up to 120 watts. Then we got page 2. We got the B660m-E, which is more of the same, except the -E is, like, super mega cheap. Yeah, you don't even get an M.2 heatsink. Still get the 6 USB Type-A ports in the rear I/O, though. And you still get the same VRM. And this VRM is probably better than the cheapest VRM that ASRock makes. So if you find this board at the same... Well, the thing is, I think the cheapo ASRock boards give you more M.2 slots or something. Because, yeah, I remember when I was trying to make, like, B660 content, the one thing I did notice with the super cheapo MSI boards is, like, they really don't have much in the way of connectors, like, internally. Rear I/O-wise, you always get the 6 Type-A's, which I think ASRock goes as low as 4 Type-A ports. So at least MSI doesn't do that, but... yeah, internally, I think Asus or ASRock has an advantage over MSI. I think even Gigabyte does, in this, like, super low-end motherboard range. H610-B, so now memory overclocking is now gone. You get your 1 M.2 slot. You got some SATA ports, your 6 USB Type-A's in the back. Still the same VRM as the, like, super cheapo B660s. So again, you can run like a i5 12400 or even 12600 on this just fine. What else do we have? We have H610. Okay, is it actually getting worse now? Oh, look, wait, no, that's like the same board again. -C. So the wacky thing with MSI is, oh, -C EX is, actually this is for, don't get this. You can see how we have like COM ports and stuff. Like this is really meant for, I don't know. And the PCI slot, like this is meant for like, industrial stuff, I guess. Like yeah, I have no idea what this is meant for. Actually, I think it's for point of sale. Something like that. Anyway, so yeah, this, like, don't buy this to build a gaming system unless it's, like, super cheap. Technically, still the same VRM, they've just downgraded the inductors, which might make it run a little bit hotter, but that shouldn't really make a difference with the 120-watt CPUs. What else do we have? Oh yeah, we have the -A M-ATX, which we've gone over. I think this is a cool M-ATX alternative to the Bazooka, because this is cheaper. Then we have the -A DDR4, -A DDR5 with no Wi-Fi, and -A DDR4 with no Wi-Fi. Yeah, so that's MSI's B660 and H610 and boards. So I think the board that stands out for MSI is like this. This looks just like a really, like, I don't know how cheap it is. That's the main issue. Like, if the, but as far as I know, this should be well under $150. And I don't know that you would find, that you'd necessarily find a better M-ATX board in that price range. And then, other than that, like, the rest of MSI's B6, like, well, I don't know, like, this is the thing, is, like, I look at boards like the B660 Tomahawk, and it's like, oh, it's got a great VRM, and then it's like, but you can't overclock, so who cares? So that's kind of that, I guess. Yeah, like, if I was doing a B660 system, I would probably just get this, because you get most of the, you get a perfectly capable VRM. I mean, the rear I/O sucks, but it doesn't really get much better with MSI unless you spend a lot more money, and then it's like, what's the point of doing that? So yeah, that's the MSI boards. We've done ASRock, we've done MSI. Let's do Asus. Is their website less trash yet? It's probably still broken, isn't it? So, let's see. Is it? Yeah, it's broken. It's completely broken. It's not loading all of the bloody boards again. What board is €170? Yeah, so Asus website is just completely fucked as always. Like, it's literally just not loading all of the motherboards. Like, Asus has a lot more boards than 11, and yet here we are. So which ones are missing? I don't think I see the B660-F. Oh no, that's there. I refuse to believe they only have 11 boards. There's no way in hell Asus has this few boards. Wait, where's the ATX Prime? Oh, there we go. I finally figured out which one's missing. Yeah, where's this thing? B660m-K. Oh, yeah, I guess that's missing too, isn't it? Yup. Imagine having a working website. Oh, looks horrible. It'll still run your i5s and i3s. Like, that's the thing that just kind of... Like, basically with B660, as long as you're not trying to run the 8P core CPUs, and as long as you avoid as long as you stay below the, like, 120 watts or lower on the CPUs, they'll run on basically everything. With maybe the exception of this. Because this has, like, this, wait, can I get a better picture of there? See this? This right here has one low side MOSFET per phase. And that's like... Well, actually, it might still be okay. It might still be okay. But this is the motherboard where I'm like really, really not sure about the VRM temperatures. So, yeah, so this is probably the one motherboard where I would only put i3s in it and not even i5s. Because, like, there's just... This has literally half as many low-side MOSFETs as, like, the cheapest ASRock board for V-Core. And I don't think... Actually, it does have more phases, doesn't it? It has, like, 6-phase V-Core. So it's not half as many low-side MOSFETs. It's, like, 50% less. No, that's the same as half as many. Like 25, 33% less, something like that. Because it's 6 low-side MOSFETs, whereas I think the cheapest ASRock board is 8. So that's 25% less low sides. I guess this might be better than the cheapest ASRock board. This is super hard to judge. Because also ASRock likes to use terrible MOSFETs. So... And Asus does like using really, really low VRM switching frequencies. So that would help. Yeah, so this might still run an i5 if you have a downdraft air cooler. Might, I'm not sure. This, on the other hand, will, because this has a heatsink. And it's not a confidence-inspiring heatsink, but this will be fine for an i5. Well, other than that, this is actually the same board. Right? Oops. Man, Asus, why your website so bad? What the hell is this? How am I supposed to use this? No, what the... So anyway, yeah, this exists. The rear I/O is as terrible as you'd expect it to be for a motherboard in this price range. I'm assuming this is close to $100. So, yeah, you gotta love how Asus even tells you that they don't put like, they don't give you software-accessible temperature sensors in the VRM. It's like, we have a temperature sensor inside the CPU socket because the CPU doesn't have a perfectly functional one built in. We have a temperature sensor by the PCIe slot because the GPU doesn't have a temperature sensor built in. And we have one by the chipset because, like, that's actually a useful one. Like, you do kind of want to have something to monitor the chipset temperatures. But the VRM, yeah, we got no temperature sensors for the VRM. Now, that's not actually true because the VRM literally requires a temperature sensor in order to function correctly. But we're not giving you access to it. You are not allowed to check the VRM temperatures on an Asus motherboard. And they even tell you as much, which is great. Like, stuff like this is why just Asus always, like, it's like, just fuck, like, why do you have a temperature sensor by the PCIe slot and not in the fucking VRM? At least they're honest about it, right? Like, at least they'll tell you, yeah, the VRM will like, the VRM is perfectly capable of overheating and randomly shutting down on you. It just won't tell you when that's about to happen. At least, like, Asus does have working over temperature protection, though, whereas ASRock motherboards will quite happily tell you that the VRM is at 150 degrees Celsius. And rising. Anyway, and I'm guessing they have the same thing for this board, don't they? Actually, here they don't even advertise temperature sensors, which makes sense, because as far as I know, this board is meant for, like, there, internet cafes, yeah. Anyway, so what else do we have? We have the ProArt B660 Creator. This is literally as expensive. Actually, I think this is more than like a low-end Z690 motherboard. It does have a kind of neat feature set, though. You get dual LAN, if that's something you care about. You got 1 gig and 2.5 gig, a lot of USB ports. Like, I guess if you're building a workstation, you're probably not going to be overclocking anyway, so the fact that this is like an overpriced B660, I mean, an overpriced Z6, like this is priced like a Z690 motherboard, but it can't overclock is kind of like, well, if you're building a workstation, you probably weren't planning to overclock anyway, so I don't see how that's really a problem. Yeah, and the VRM on this will run any CPU you can fit into the socket, but you do only get 3 M.2 slots, whereas a cheap Z690 board would give you 4 of them. Right? Like, that's the thing, is, like, you can get Z690 boards in this price range with 4 M.2 slots, and, just gonna skip to the tech specs part of this. Realtek 2.5 gig, Intel 1 gig. Where's the audio? Oh, they don't tell us what codec it uses. I bet you this uses an ALC897, because the last motherboard I've seen where Asus doesn't mention what codec it has is an ALC897. The Z690 TUF uses it as an ALC897, which is kind of ridiculous for a motherboard that's almost $300. Anyway, so I guess if you want dual, because the thing is, like, you can't get dual LAN on a Z690 motherboard in this price range, so if that's something you care about, I guess, yeah. But, as, like, otherwise, this thing is really dumb. But, again, like, if you're building a workstation, I guess, like, but the thing is, like, even if you're not overclocking, like, I feel like if you're building a workstation, you probably want to have the option to have a bunch of M.2 drives, right? Like, I wouldn't know, I don't actually do work, but like, I would assume if you, like, edit videos or photos or something, you might want to have a lot of fast storage, because that seems like one of the places you might be copying large files around. Anyway, let's take a look at the B660m-A D4. Yeah, this will run your i5s. This will run your i3s. It might even do an i7. Actually, this might run a 12600K. I don't think I'd put an i7 in this, because I get the feeling the top part of the VRM is going to overheat. The rear I/O is terrible, as expected. What else do we get? Nothing. At least it's not DDR5. You don't get troubleshooting LEDs, which at this price point from MSI or ASRock, you definitely would get troubleshooting LEDs. You get two M.2 slots, which is standard for MATX B660, like low-end MATX B660 motherboards, so that's not really anything to write home about. I am guessing we have a, yes, we have a VRM heatsink, and it has a thermal pad. Imagine that. I wonder what the alternative is. Just like have the heatsink and pray that it doesn't short out all the capacitors. Cooler by design. We've got temperature sensors, but again, no temperature sensor for the VRM because you don't need to know what temperature your VRM is at. You really need to know what temperature your M.2 drive is at, which I'm pretty sure M.2 drives have built-in temperature sensors. I think this one's supposed to be by the chipset, but anyway. Or more like it's supposed to be for the chipset. Yeah, so this exists. Like, it's not completely... Like, it's not unusable, but if this isn't literally the cheapest motherboard with this feature set, then I would not be getting this. Right? Like, I don't know how this is priced, but if this is, like, priced the same as, like, the MSI B660 MATX-A from MSI, I'd get the MSI board, not this. If this is priced the same as, like, one of those ASRock boards with proper VRM heatsinks, I'd get one of those, not this. Like, yeah. Because you don't even get troubleshooting LEDs on this, which is a minor thing, but it's like, look, if I'm going to spend the same amount of money, I may as well get more stuff. I guess Asus would have slightly better overclocking support for the memory, though. Like, their BIOS is a little bit less, yeah. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe MSI's finally gotten the terminations set up correctly, but, yeah. Admittedly, the one advantage Asus does have is overclocking DDR4 on their boards is by far the easiest of any of the LGA 1700 motherboards so far. The worst is, well, I've not used ASRock, so I actually don't know how bad it is on ASRock, but on Gigabyte, it's really annoying. On MSI, it's just slightly annoying. Whereas Asus, you don't really have to do anything special. Anyway, we have the MATX TUF board. This is actually... Is it decent? Let's find out. Hey, it's actually decent. It's probably overpriced. Right, because it's an Asus board. That isn't completely horrible. So it probably costs way more than I think it does. Yeah, because this is like the same rear I/O you would get on a Mortar board from MSI, so I bet this is like $20 more expensive than an MSI Mortar. It does have troubleshooting LEDs, I think, right? Right? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Yeah, you get troubleshooting LEDs. They're color-coded. VRM is very capable. And it's probably $200, so you could buy a Z690 instead. That's usually how the Asus pricing scheme works. Let's see if I'm right about that. Though I bet you we won't find a price for this board, because it does... Yep, we're not going to find a price, are we? Hey, we're not going to get a price. Oh, wait, no. We will. Yeah, I was right. It's $200. Okay, no, it's 180. That's actually not completely insane. But at 180, couldn't you just get a Tomahawk from MSI for that much? I think you can, right? Almost. So, yeah, okay, so this isn't as ridiculously overpriced as I thought it would be. So this isn't actually bad. I should stop ripping on them. Yeah, and you get your two M.2 slots, you get heat sinks, you get an internal USB Type-C. I bet the audio still sucks, though. Actually, wait, they didn't cover it up. I bet we can just zoom in on the chip. Wait, Oh, shit, we just can't... I'm pretty sure that says ALC 897. Right, that part number right there, that doesn't seem long enough to be ALC 1200 on there. Right, like ALC 1200, that, like, because this... Oops, the website finally loaded. No, but I want to go back here. Asus making mistakes by having way too high-res pictures. Yeah, because that's got ALC 897. There's not enough characters there for 1200. So... Whereas at this price point on an MSI board, you get a 1200, as far as I know. So if you care about audio, I guess that's like MSI has the advantage. But other than that, like this isn't a terrible motherboard. I don't hate this. I just don't like. It still doesn't seem to have like the best performance per dollar, like best functionality per dollar. On the other hand, this will probably be a little bit easier on the memory overclocking than all the other boards in this price range. When I say a little bit easier, I mean you literally won't have to set your terminations. That's it. And actually, MSI might have fixed that at this point. I don't know. I've not checked in a while. Do we need to look at this? I don't want to look at this. It's green, and also I don't think you're. I'm not sure how easily like how available this board is going to be. Oh boy. Yeah, this will run an i3 or an i5. It actually has a decent number of M.2 slots. Oh wait, no, this one's for Wi-Fi cards. So you get your two M.2 slots as standard for an MATX board. The rear I/O is... Actually, don't get this. The rear I/O is horrendous. Horrendous. Like, this has got 4 Type A ports. What the hell? Okay, yeah, so I feel justified in saying I didn't want to look at that, because... ain't got no USB ports. What's your opinion on AMD switching to LGA? I don't really care. Like, why would I have an opinion on that? It's a connector. I mean, okay, admittedly there are connectors that I absolutely hate, like Molex connectors. Yeah, like, it's a CPU socket. How often do you interact with your CPU socket? Is this going to be uploaded as a YT video? No, it won't. This is probably gonna... How long has it been going? This has been going for an hour and 40 minutes at this point. Yeah, this is probably going to go another 3 hours. Like, this is probably going to hit a three hours. The quality's trash. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just skimming through these things. So, the Dash G. This thing can overclock your non-K CPU. And it comes with DDR5. I, too, like paying extra for my RAM and then not being able to run it at proper settings. See that? Like, I've done over 6,000 megabits per second on DDR4. Admittedly, it was on one stick with, like, sub-ambient temperatures, but... like, yeah. So, this exists. I'm sure... So, funnily enough... Well, actually, let's check. What's the price like? Probably incredibly horrible. Actually, we don't have a price. That's even better. I guess we can try guesstimate the price based on some of the other Asus boards. This thing is $239. Like, this is a DDR4 board and it's $239, and the DDR5 boards generally cost extra. So I get the feeling that this thing is going to be just like, this is going to be like $220, maybe it's going to be over 200. And at that point, you got to ask yourself, couldn't I just buy a Z690-A, get more M.2 slots, actual overclocking support, admittedly not non-K, but the thing is, like, the price difference between DDR4 and DDR5 is so big that you could get a 12600KF with DDR4 by not buying DDR5. So this is super dumb. Like, I love how Asus came up with a really killer feature, and then because they're Asus, they couldn't help themselves, but restricted to just incredibly overpriced motherboards, because it's like, oh, we've got this really cool feature. You know what we gotta do with it? We gotta only put it on motherboards that don't make any, like, money sense. Like, that, yes, peak Asus right there. Asus has never heard of the term performance per dollar. Also, my biggest problem, like, if this had less DDR5 slots, I'd actually be more okay with it. If this had 2 DIMM slots instead of 4, I might not have such a problem with it. But it has 4 DIMM slots. So not only does it use the overpriced memory standard, it uses the worst possible version of it. Yeah, so this is like a... This is like a bad Z690 motherboard. Like, this really, like, you can't really count this as a B660. At least it has the proper audio, like, you know, the good audio chip at this point, but... Yeah, like, this is entirely too expensive, and it forces you to buy DDR5, which is just like, I don't know why you'd want to do that. Anyway, so that's the Dash G. So next we've got the Dash A. Wait, this is DDR5 also, isn't it? Yes, this is DDR5. Why, like... Like, cheap DDR5 boards make no sense. Absolutely no sense. DDR5 overclocking strength. Oh, really? Do I want to look at that QVL? Hello? Asus? I would like to know if, like, I'd like to see an example of memory overclocking strength here. Apparently my computer's not strong enough to deal with the Asus website. Is it not, like, I don't know if it's not finished or if it's broken. And that is a problem. Okay, I'll just leave that open. Hopefully it'll fix itself. Or maybe not. Anyway, this I don't think is completely stupid. Like, this is still very expensive. This thing's over $200. Well over $200. But, your ITX motherboard alternatives are incredibly expensive. And, you know, this is a DDR5 motherboard, but at least it doesn't have too many fucking DIMM slots, does it? This is a 1 DIMM per channel topology, so it... Like, this might actually run DDR5 at speeds worthy of being called DDR5. Unfortunately, this doesn't do non-K overclocking, which is incredibly dumb. Yeah, though currently the memory speed support on this thing is also terrible. But I imagine, like, this should be able to support higher speeds eventually. Wait, what? Why is there 4x16 in this QVL? Did this load yet? Okay, I'm gonna go with this being completely broken. I get the feeling that the Asus QVLs are just kind of whatever the hell. Oh well. Anyway, so this is like... Because, yeah, the thing is, like, there's really not a lot of good, like, there's no budget Z690 ITX options. Like, I think the cheapest Z690 ITX board is like $300, and that's a Gigabyte DDR4 board. And then everything is like north of 400. And then, yeah, everything else is like north of 400, with maybe the exception of some like cheapo crappy ASRock board. And so if you want what, like, I would consider a mid-range ITX, this kind of does that. And it's not like you're going to be overclocking a 12th gen in an ITX system, probably. Well, I get... Now, admittedly, some people manage to cram water cooling into their ITX builds. See, this is the motherboard where if they put the clock gen on this thing, I think that would be really cool. Even if it was $240, I still think it would be really cool if this had a clock gen. Because you could get like a 12900, right? Save a bunch of money by not getting a 12900K, stick that in this board, and then BCLK overclock the crap out of it. But instead, Asus put the non-K overclocking functionality on motherboards with entirely too many DDR5 slots. So yeah, that's great. As far as I know, that like, I don't know when they figured it out. I suspect they figured it out like before B660 launched, but after Z690. Cheapest best board for non-KOC. Literally this. Yeah. DDR5, too many DIMM slots. Also, over $200. Like, this is so expensive, you could just get a Z690 and a 12600K and a DDR4 instead. Why is 4 DDR5 DIMM slots a bad thing? Because it overclocks like trash. Like, DDR5 is good once you push it past 6,000 megabits per second. Or, like, it starts getting good once you start pushing it past 6,000 megabits per second. If your motherboard has 4 DIMM slots and 6 PCB layers, like the vast majority of B6... Actually, I don't think there's a single 8-layer B660 except for the ITX boards. So, basically, you're going to be stuck at, like, DDR5 6000-ish. And that's if you buy, like, high-end DDR5. And so your performance is going to suck. And personally, I'd rather, like, I've seen some people go like, oh, it'll get fixed with BIOS updates, which I kind of doubt, because X99, when it launched, sucked at DDR4 overclocking. 5 years since X99, it still sucks at DDR4 overclocking. Imagine that! You can't fix a bad memory controller. Also, the memory topologies on a lot of those boards are not great, probably, either. So, you know, like, I don't think, like... If you buy a bad DDR5 motherboard right now, it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna get massively better eventually. Like, I've seen some people go like, oh, I'm gonna, like, upgrade to a 13th gen, which probably is dumb anyway, because we don't know that 13th gen is gonna be that much faster regardless. And 13th gen will support DDR4 anyway. So, yeah. Well, whatever. And then 14th gen won't fit into your LGA 1700 motherboard anyway, because it's Intel and they switch switch sockets every 2 generations. So, you know, it's like, anyway, so DDR5 on low-end motherboards is just kind of, it doesn't make sense. Unless you have it on, like, an ITX board, in which case it might actually not suck someday. Anyway, so I do think that thing's kind of interesting as a board, but it doesn't have an on-KOC. But even then, it's like, you know, if you want to run, like, a high power draw Intel 12th gen on an ITX board, this is basically the cheapest option to do that reliably. Because the VRM on this is actually good. It's just a shame that they didn't put the non-K overclocking functionality on it. Then we have this thing, which I did want to do a quick look at the rear I/O, which, why is it that, like, Asus doesn't give a clear picture of the rear I/O in their gallery? Like, what the hell is this? You can barely even see what you're looking at. Okay, so we're just not going to get a proper picture of the rear I/O, I guess. So that's great. Anyway, so... And that thing is probably not really reasonably priced either, and it's DDR5. Anyway, there is a DDR4 version of that board. The thing is, I think this is probably 200 bucks, and at that point you could get like a DDR4 Tomahawk instead. Well, this does have BIOS flashback, which the DDR4 the Tomahawk doesn't for B660, which makes 0 sense. I don't know why MSI did that. You get 2 Type-Cs. You don't get an optical if that's something you care about, which is kind of weird. That Asus has the like Type-C connector in the audio section. Especially because it's not like they ran out of space. I don't know why they decided to put it there. I feel like they could have put it under this stack of USB ports here. Yeah, so the main problem I have with this, like, so this is like for an i9, and it's probably really overpriced. We can use cache as a RAM disk. What? Like L3 cache? Probably, like, if the L3 cache is that big, it's going to be kind of slow. Anyway, so yeah, this board exists. I don't, like, the high-end B660s don't make a ton of sense to me. But there is kind of a lot of them. And honestly, I think I'd get the TUF instead of the Dash A. Because, Asus does have probably the easiest DDR4 overclocking support. Because you don't actually have to do anything. Oh, wait, the rear I/O. Why? Fucking Asus, man. Why are they so hell-bent on forcing you to overpay for your motherboard? Like, would it kill them to just add 2 more USB ports? Oh, look, I found the rear I/O picture. Like, it's the same, like, because it's the same board, right? Like, that's the kicker. I think. Okay, no, I think the rear I/O layout looks the same, right? Like, you can see that gap for the... There's the gap for the BIOS flashback button. This port stack isn't quite as tall as it is on the other board. That's it. That's all the difference there is. It's like, oh, you thought you would get, like, a good motherboard with, you know, a rear, like, proper rear I/O? Well, no, you won't, unless you buy this one. Like, this really is the thing that just frustrates me to no end with Asus motherboards, is like the micro optimization of making absolutely certain that there's no motherboard that has like a disproportionate amount of functionality relative to its price point to any other Asus motherboard. Why do, like, I can understand removing the BIOS flashback. Why do the USB ports have to go? Oh, well, I think the MATX version of this board actually has more USB ports. Because there's no, like, cheap ROG board for the MATX version to compete with. Yeah. Exactly my point, right? There's no MATX-A board, because, like, you have for the expensive ROG board, you have the -F, right? So this is your expensive ROG board. Then you have your cheap ROG board. And then, because the cheap ROG board exists, the TUF has to be worse than this thing. Which is really hard to do, because this thing's terrible. Or more like, this thing is not great to begin with, so it's like, okay, how do we make, like, force people to get this instead of this? Remove the USB ports. Yes. Peak Asus. Absolutely peak Asus. Oh yeah, and then there's the Dash F. So this has non-K overclocking as well. It's entirely, like, it costs entirely too much. Funnily enough, Asus has offered to let me, like, test this board, but, like, I don't get the point. It's like, it's a Z690 motherboard with a B660 chipset. Also, it has DDR5, which is just, like, and way too much VRM. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, I don't want to pay for that. Why would I want to pay for a 16+1 power stage VRM on a B660 board? Admittedly, yes, this can do non-K overclocking, but it's like, I'd rather pay less. Because you don't need freaking 16 power stages to power even an i9. 12 power stages will do it fine, especially if you've got heat sinks like this. Also, it's got DDR5, which, like, I actually count that as a downgrade. So, that's kind of the Asus B660s, and I think the ITX is cool, and then the rest of this, and also the MATX TUF is cool. So this is neat, and then the rest of it is just kind of, like, really overpriced. But then we've got, like, a bunch of H6... Oh, no, the website! Where's H670? Do they even make anything with H670? The H670 chipset is super weird, because it's, like, feature-wise, it has parity with Z690, but a lot of the motherboard vendors don't do anything with it. Yeah, so you have a H670 Pro TUF. This is kind of horrible, isn't it? Hey, actually, it's a bit better than the ATX B660 TUF. Yeah. Though I don't know if this is cheaper or more expensive. It gets more M.2 slots, I think. Right? This has 4 M.2s. Doesn't it? One, two... Wait, no, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, so this has 4 M.2s. It gets you 6 Type A's and a Type C. Whereas the B660, so B660 can't have as many M.2 slots as H670 because the chipset is weaker. Like the H670 chipset actually has the same level of functionality as Z690, except it can't do overclocking. For your CPU. It can still do memory overclocking. So this is probably... Oh, I guess that's why the B660 TUF is so bad, is because this exists. And also because the ROG B660 cheapo board, like it's not actually cheap, but the not completely insanely overpriced ROG B660 board exists. So the thing is, I don't know how much this costs, and I'm kind of scared. Like, it is Asus, so I wouldn't put it past them to have this cost entirely too much. I wish there was a non-Wi-Fi version of it as well. See if I can find it. Yeah, that's entirely too much, isn't it? That's literally a Z690 board. They've got to be fucking kidding me. Yep, literally a Z690 motherboard. Asus hates selling motherboards. Oh my god. What the... How is this 260 quid? What does this even do that this costs? Like, this is the fucking beast. Nope. Are you shitting me? Oh, like, it's the same rear I/O on both of them. Oh, I guess, okay. Yeah, I guess what happened is they took the Z690 board, replaced the Z690 chipset with the H670 chipset, which I suspect that's what's going on here. Okay, you know what? We're gonna... There we go. Got it proper sized. Let's pull up that TUF board. Like, all of the resolution. Oh my god, way too big. So, actually, let's... Oh yeah, it's the same board. Imagine that. Well, that explains the price, I guess. That still doesn't make it a good deal. Actually, that makes it a terrible deal, because you could literally just get a Z690 MSI board for that price, for less. With the same features. Lovely. Okay, what else do we have? We have the H670 Plus D4. This looks kind of trash. And it's probably... Do I even want to know what that's supposed to cost? Wait, what? This is... No, that's the Z690 board. Where's the... Fuck. No, oh my god, the website is pure suffering. Okay, let's see how much that costs. Yeah, no. Nope. Asus does not make H670 motherboards. H610, right? That's a thing. Where's H610? Am I blind? There it is! Did the B660-A replace the optical with a USB-C? Yes, it did. That's not a bug. That's intentional. It's some like Asus innovation thing that I don't understand. I'm too cheap to understand Asus innovations. Okay, so we got this, which yeah, you can put an i3 or an i5 in this. I wouldn't use it though, because it's got like 4 USB ports. And actually it has a PCI slot, so yeah, this is meant for like a point of sale system. So let's look at something that's actually meant for consumers. So we've got this. It's got 2 M.2 slots, so this is one advantage you get compared to low-end MSI boards, is you can get really cheap Asus boards with 2 M.2 slots, which you can't do for MSI. On the flip side, you also don't get any USB ports because, you know, like, who has peripherals anyway? Right? Like... So, yeah. But this will run an i3 or an i5. Like, yeah, it should run those. And this should be well under $100. And when I say i5, I don't include the 12600K, because that's a 150-watt CPU. Okay, then we've got the H610-A D4 CSM. Which, now you get a VRM heatsink, so this might actually run the 12600K, thanks to that VRM heatsink. You get your 2 M.2 slots again, and you finally get a decent number of USB ports. Hopefully, this doesn't cost more than, like, much more than $100, but this is Asus, so you never know. You never know. What else do we have? Dash E, that I can already see that only has 4 USB ports. This only has 4 USB ports. Actually, no, this has 6, I think. Yeah, this has 6. Yeah, so this isn't completely horrible either. You can run an i3 on this, an i5 on this. Get your 6 USB Type A's. Do you get 2 M.2 slots or just 1? You just get 1 M.2 slot. So, honestly, if you... So, the thing is, like, MSI's super cheapo motherboards, the one downside to them, like, those will... I think the VRM that MSI has on their super cheap boards is better than what Asus has on their super cheap boards. And at the very least, the MSI boards have a VRM temperature sensor that you can check with hardware info, which isn't true of low-end Asus motherboards. Actually isn't true of any Asus motherboards, because Asus doesn't like showing VRM temperature sensors, because imagine knowing what temperature your VRM runs at. Can't have that, can we? yeah, so like this loses the one advantage that like low-end Asus boards have against MSI, which is like MSI on their super cheapo boards doesn't necessarily have two M.2 slots, but this doesn't have two M.2 slots either. So at this point, I would just get the cheapo MSI board instead, because MSI doesn't have a motherboard with less than 6 USB Type A's either. So, and you get troubleshooting LEDs on your super cheapo MSI board, which you don't get on the Asus motherboard because, you know, like who like. Yeah, I mean, the troubleshooting LEDs aren't that useful, I guess, but I like having them. I really do like having them. Like, motherboards without them kind of annoy me. So, anyway, what else do we have? Wait, does this still have the two? Yeah, this does have the two M.2 slots. Okay, so that's not terrible. This is, though, Dash A. This looks kind of decent. Yeah, this is decent. Rear I/O's okay. Get your two M.2 slots. You get a VRM heatsink. You still don't get any troubleshooting LEDs. So basically, if the price on this is low enough, this is a sensible board for like an i5 and i3. Might even do a 12600K, but the 12600K isn't particularly cost-effective at the best of times. What else do we have? We have the H610 V3. Or, wait, I'm gonna get the CSM just stands for, like, corporate stable model, which is, like, if you're a big corporation, you get slightly longer support or something, or maybe less dodgy BIOS updates. Yeah, so this is, again, meant for internet cafes, but honestly, if this is cheap enough, this isn't... Oh, wait, this has literally 0 M.2 slots, right? Like... I'm not imagining that. There is literally 0 M.2 slots on this. Okay, yeah, at this... Like, unless this is, I don't know, like 60... So, you can get super cheap H610 boards down to about $85 from at least ASRock, and I think you still get an M.2 slot on that. So with this has to be like 70 or something, right? Like, this has to be really cheap to justify not having that M.2 slot if you're, yeah, getting this. It'll still run i3s and i5s, though. So, yeah. Anyway, so I think that's all of the Asus boards at this point, right? Yeah, we've got an H670, which Asus doesn't make any H670 boards. They make some H610 boards. Those are, you know, they're not completely terrible. Some of them actually have decent features. None of them, like H610 doesn't overclock memory, by the way. And they have B660 boards that range from, well, they have a few kind of neat ones, but they're generally sort of higher end and a bit kind of expensive. So that leaves, we've done ASRock, we've done MSI, haven't done Gigabyte. Let's go take a look at what Gigabyte has come up with. So, Gigabyte has come up with overpriced B660 motherboards because they learn from the best. Though, admittedly, they do have an awful lot of USB ports. So, you know, as a big fan of USB Type A, I do appreciate that. You get your 3M, yeah, you get 3 M.2 slots. Unfortunately, B660 just doesn't support more than 3 M.2 slots, so that's kind of the limit there. Entirely too much VRM for a B660 motherboard that can't overclock CPUs. You do get a reset button, the like rebindable reset button with safe boot functionality. You do get that. This is DDR5, isn't it? Is this DDR5? Man, Gigabyte's website is actually the only website that's worse than the Asus one. Well, actually, so in some ways it's worse. It's more animated, which I absolutely hate, but it does seem to at least load reliably, which the Asus website struggles with, so I'm not sure which is worse at this point. Yeah, so this is a DDR5 board, and quite frankly, no. There is a DDR4 version, though. Which is the same thing, but with DDR4. The thing is, I think this board is like $200, which is kind of a lot for a B660. You do get a lot of features, though. And you do get the ALC 1220, so I guess it depends on your priorities. Like, because because it doesn't really make sense, because the thing with low-end Z690 boards is, like, you're not going to get that many USB ports. You're not going to get the ALC 1220 audio chip. You're going to get an ALC 897, so if you care about that, you know, the B660s have an advantage, assuming you're not going to be overclocking your CPU. At the same time, I wouldn't put, like, an i5-12 whatever in this, because this, like, you don't need this much VRM for your i5-12 whatever, right? So, yeah, this is a weird motherboard. It's like, I guess if you want to run a 12700F or a 12700F, 12900F, 12900, 12700 is kind of the CPU that you'd want to use with this board. Which is also true of, like, the high-end B660s from Asus, I guess. Anyway, we have the B660m Aorus Pro AX. Oops, I closed it. Hey, that worked. The B660m Aorus Pro AX, and, well, you get some substantial VRM heatsinks, the 6-layer PCB. I think this is the most USB Type-A ports you can get on a B660m ATX motherboard, so I'm obviously a big fan of that, but there is a sacrifice. Gigabyte axed some of the audio ports, which I personally don't care about. Like, this adjustment that Gigabyte has made to their rear I/O on the, like, LGA 1700 motherboards, I feel like this is entirely my fault, because I've made it very clear I couldn't care less about onboard audio, and, but I do like Type-A USB ports, and so that's what you get. So if you like having audio ports, I apologize to you, because I've ruined Gigabyte motherboards for you. Because, yeah, no more audio ports, just USB. All of the USB. So, yeah. I do believe this board is under $200. I think it's somewhere between $150 and $200. So this is competing against, like, the B660 TUF MATX from Asus. And with the MATX TUF, you get more audio ports, less USB ports. Obviously, I like USB ports, so I prefer this, because I don't plug anything into the onboard audio of my motherboard. So, yeah, and this will run your i9s and i7s and whatever, so there. And you do get the safe boot button. Yeah, you do get the safe boot button, which I'm a big fan of. And actually, I don't think you get any troubleshooting LEDs on this, which really sucks, doesn't it? Yeah, this doesn't have troubleshooting LEDs. Not that I can, like, quickly, easily spot. They'd usually hang out by the SATA ports, but there's nothing there. You do get the reset button, so... The thing is, like, on the Asus board, your memory overclocking is probably going to have less issues. On this, it's going to be easier to recover if you screw up. Though the the auto recovery on the Asus boards isn't that bad anyway, so... I don't know, like... Yeah, no, I don't think, like, the overclocking side of things... Wait, this is a DDR5 board, isn't it? This is DDR5, right? Oof. That's oof. It's like, oh, look, we're approaching DDR4 speeds. So actually, you know what? Like, Gigabyte's DDR5 overclocking support is actually not terrible, except it's not terrible on their high-end boards. This is not a high-end board. So, yeah, no. There is a DDR4 version, though, so just get that instead. Like, if you like the rear I/O of this, then yeah, get it, and, you know, get it for the DDR... Like, get the DDR4 version. Because DDR5 on a motherboard... Like, DDR5 is good once you can go over 6,000. If you can't go over 6,000, don't even bother. Yeah, but this doesn't have troubleshooting LEDs, which is annoying. But you do get the reset button over there, which is neat. Actually, wait, this is labeled wrong. They labeled... If you look at the silk screen, that's the reset button, and that's the Q flash. Either way, that doesn't really matter. The point is, you do get those two buttons, which is kind of neat. And you don't get those on, like, many. Actually, you don't get those on like any of the non-ROG Asus boards, if I remember correctly. I don't think even all of the ROG boards get a BIOS flashback button. Anyway, yeah. So I like the rear I/O. I like the fact that this includes the rebindable reset button. But memory overclocking wise, Asus is going to give you an easier time. And CPU overclocking wise, well, you can't overclock the CPU, so yeah, because it's B660. Anyway, what else do we have? We have the Aorus Pro non-Wi-Fi, yeah. Oh, Gigabyte copied the MSI thing of having the Wi-Fi board in white and the non-Wi-Fi board in black and gray. So, yeah, same board, just no more Wi-Fi. So this will be quite a bit cheaper. And if you don't care about the Wi-Fi, then this gives you an awful lot of USB ports. This is, yeah, I think like, without the Wi-Fi, this is probably going to be, like, maximum USB ports per dollar on B660. I think. If you, not including some of, like, the uber cheap boards with 6 ports, because, yeah, actually, how many does this have? This is, oh man, this is 9 USB Type A's. Actually, this is probably rivaling some of the super cheap boards with 6 Type A's for USB ports per dollar. I do actually care about that to some extent. There's an Aorus Pro DDR4. Wait, what? Oh, there's a this is the DDR5 version. Yeah, don't get the DDR5 version. But yeah. So I think this is a kind of cool board just for the, like, just sheer number of USB ports you get. And then for other things, it's kind of, like, interchangeable with a lot of the other motherboards in this price range. Like, that's kind of the thing that I find so annoying with why I haven't made a B660 video already. Because it's like, to me, this is like, none of the boards can overclock with the exception of 2 Asus boards. So if you're choosing a B660 motherboard, you're going to be choosing your motherboard based on how many USB ports does it have? What audio does it have? What networking does it have? How, I guess to some extent you might care about how good it is at memory overclocking, but mostly, like, so Gigabyte is capable of hitting the same level of performance as Asus or MSI. It's just more difficult to do so, and you can't do high memory voltages. So Gigabyte boards are totally not usable for, like, benching, but for, like, daily, they're fine. Anyway, oh, there's an ITX DDR4 board from Gigabyte. So I guess this is like your alternative to the ITX DDR5 board from Asus. If you want a DDR4 board, ITX, then this exists. Because ASRock has some DDR4 ITX boards, but they're all super low end, whereas this will actually run an i9 just fine. Because this literally has the Z69. Actually, I think this is slightly smaller version of the VRM they have on the Z690 boards. Yeah, though this is not a cheap B660, off the top of my head. This actually might be more expensive than the Asus one. Let's see. Oh, no, it isn't. It's Gigabyte. It's very hard to cost more than Asus. Yeah, it's 200 quid. Instead of, like, I think the Asus board is, like, 240. Okay, yeah, that's quite the difference, isn't it? So, yeah, like, this is your sort of very capable budget ITX board. Though the memory overclocking, well, it's going to be Gigabyte memory overclocking. The like, up to 3600 XMP now works. I've not tested more than that. The thing is, my memory collection is really awkward in terms of XMP profiles. Like, I have XMP profile, like, I have a bunch of, like, 3600 or lower, and then I have a lot of, like, 4400 and higher, and not really much in between. Right? And for Gear 1, with a lot of, actually with my 12600K, I could test Gear 1 4000. Yeah, I could do that. Because the thing is, my 12900K's memory controller is garbage. For DDR4. For DDR5, they seem about equivalent, but that might be because DDR5 is more limited by the topology of the motherboards than the actual CPU memory controllers. Anyway, B660 Gaming X. So this one has a kind of a wacky VRM, because it's like a really low phase count, but it's power stages. I wouldn't put an i9-12900K in this, even if the heatsinks are very substantial, because the phase count is just so low. It should still handle i7s, but it'll probably run warmer than, like, this will run hotter than, like, MSI boards. And actually, the thing is, this thing's, like, surprisingly cheap, though, if I remember correctly. Like, I did do a bunch of B660 research, and then I just didn't do anything with it, because I have such a hard... Yeah, like, this is actually surprisingly cheap. Like, this is approaching... Holy crap. Yeah, like, this is under 150 quid. Does Scan have it? Because I'm, like... Yeah, Scan has it. Yeah, damn. Like, it's cheap. Like, it's properly freaking cheap. I'm gonna go high to low. So, yeah, so Asus over here is trying to sell you a Z690 motherboard, but with a worse chipset. Trying to do it twice. 3 times. Four instances of Asus trying to sell you a Z690 board with a B660 chipset. Then we have... Wait, what? This is 200 quid? How is this 200 quid? Are they insane? It's Asus. I don't know why I get surprised by this. Like, you could literally get a Tomahawk for the same fucking price. And this is, like, this is the MSI motherboard where I'm like, oh man, this is basically a Z690 motherboard in price point. And actually, some ways the feature set is slightly worse. And then we've got Asus over here, like, you know what? This is actually like a B660 motherboard in terms of build quality and feature set and like everything, but with a Z690 price. We can do it better. Like that. There's no way that's like it can't actually be a. I refuse to believe that. Like that's insanity. 200 quid for that. Oh yeah, and then you've got a Steel Legend at like 160. So this is actually like, this is sensible. Yeah, ASRock actually like, yeah, because ASRock isn't completely insane. I mean, ASRock doesn't like to sell you USB ports. Apparently Gigabyte bought all of the USB ports. There's no more USB ports for ASRock and Asus. Yeah, but you can get the Gaming X for even less than that. And man, I do like my USB ports. You don't get any Type-C, I guess, if you care about that. You do get an internal Type-C, right? So if you have like a front panel Type-C, then you still get that functionality. You just don't get it in the rear I/O. So yeah, the Gaming X is kind of weird because the VRM is like kind of not great. Like I wouldn't want to put an i9 on this, but at the same time, the board is actually, you know, like the price is nice in my opinion. You get troubleshooting LEDs, you get the reset button, Gigabyte's DDR4 overclock. Like, you're going to be, like, basically the way to look at the reset button is, like, you're probably going to be actually using that button quite a bit compared to other motherboards. And without a postcode, this is actually going to be kind of painful. And at least you do still get the troubleshooting LEDs, so not the end of the world. I like it. Like, it's still really overkill for an i5, though. I guess if you want to run a 12600K. And it does use a 6-layer PCB. Because, unlike... Yeah, it does use a 6-layer PCB. You can... Well, it does. I know it does. I'm not going to go into... Actually, no, I will go into how you can tell. Man, Gigabyte's website is actually fucking terrible. Holy shit. I have a 1080p monitor. This is a totally reasonable resolution. How the fuck is this coming off of my screen? Who designed this? No fuck. Oh. Gigabyte's fucking website, man. Like, Asus and Gigabyte have, in my opinion, the same problem. Like, they're so similar in so many ways, except for the prices. right? Like, what don't I like about Asus BIOS? Too many submenus. Weird-ass fucking naming schemes. Weird, like, certain options have weird interactions with each other. What don't I like about Gigabyte's BIOS? Too many submenus. Weird-ass naming schemes. Weird-ass interactions between certain settings. What don't I like about Asus website? It's fucking broken. What don't I like about Gigabyte website? It's fucking broken. And then the only difference is, like, Asus is way more expensive. But this is way more annoying. Like, Asus website just doesn't load shit. This is just fucking infuriating. Anyway. Yeah, so this has a 6-layer PCB because you've got a layer count indicator over here. And basically this has 3 squares. If you've got 2 squares, it's a 4-layer PCB. If you have 3 squares, it's a 6-layer PCB. If you've got 4 squares, it's an 8-layer PCB. And if you've got 5 squares, it's a 10-layer PCB. And I've never seen a Gigabyte motherboard with a 12-layer, but I would assume that would have 6 squares. Anyway, you get your reset switch, LEDs. Like, honestly, this is like, I think if you were trying to do like a min-maxed i7 build, or even one of the non-K i9s, this is it, right? You get your 3M.2 slots, you get your LEDs, you get your DDR4, you get, like, all of the rear I/O I could ever ask for, right? Because yeah, so I rather like this. You still get your 2.5 gig LAN, which I think on this board it's Realtek, which, yeah, they don't say, so it's probably Realtek. On being in the UK too long, professional complainer now. I've complained about absolutely, like, I've complained about shit even when I was in the Czech Republic. I'm just a generally very negative person. Also, we should have been looking at the DDR4 version. This is the DDR5 version. I made a mistake. I've misled you. I am very sorry. Please do not get the DDR5 version. Like, I have a really, really dumb idea. So I've already tried this once, and it didn't work. But I'm like, well, what if we did it with a 6-layer board? Would it work then? And of course, I'm talking about removing the... So... The thing with DDR5 is, like, the really, really bad memory channel is channel A. So on DDR4, the difference between channel A and channel B is, like, there's a very clear difference. On DDR5, on some motherboards, like, channel B, last slot, does, like, DDR5 7000. Channel A, last slot, does 6400. So channel A is completely fucked on DDR5. And so what I've tried is on the Z690 Master, I actually tried desoldering the secondary channel A slot to see if that wouldn't help the main channel A slot suck less. And the results are indecisive. On one hand, it's the only 8-layer daisy chain Gigabyte board where I've booted 6700 on 2 sticks at the same time. On the other hand, I've booted 6666 on all the other ones. So, you know, that's like a 33 megabits per second improvement in data rate, and that's, like, not really noteworthy in my opinion. Like, that's not enough to say that removing the secondary DIMM slot actually achieved anything. Then again, those boards are 8-layer PCBs, and I did accidentally rip off 2 pads in the process. So I'm kind of toying with the idea of, like, once I'm done with all the Gigabyte motherboards for Z690 that I'm still not finished with, of maybe asking for one of these, and then just pulling the DIMM slot, like, pulling off the innermost DIMM slot to see if it fixes channel A. Because channel B probably, like, I actually have a version of this topology, but I have it on the Aorus Pro, and I only have one of that board. So I'd like to have, like, 2 boards with the same topology so I can go back and forth between them to compare. Though for some reason, this is spec'd lower than the Z690 board. Than, like, the 6-layer Z690s. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Wait, no, that's the DDR4 version, you idiot. It's the same memory topology, though. I'm pretty sure it is. What? What did I want? Memory support list. Oh, it's not fucking finished. God damn it. Yeah, so this one claims up to 6200. Whereas this one, they only claim up to 5600. But they're both 6-layer boards, and Gigabyte copy-pastes their topologies around a lot. Like, I know for a fact that they do that. So, like, I'm very confused why the B660 version would suddenly be so much worse. Yeah, I'm really not sure why it would be that much worse. That's like 600 megabits per second. Where did they go? So, well, either way, don't get the DDR5 version of this. I wonder if maybe they're, like, revising their advertised memory speeds down. Because getting 6200 working on this board is not really... Like, I've seen it do 6200. I don't trust it to do 6200. Yeah, this is up to 6200, and this is 5600 plus. I feel like this is basically, they've come to the conclusion that 6200 is so unreliable. Like I kind of wonder if it's like, you know what, this gives people too much... gives people unrealistic expectations. It's like, yeah, up to. Evidently people skip over the up to part and then get surprised. Oh wait, no, this is up to 5600 as well. But then 5600 plus. Oh wait, 6200 plus. So I guess it really is worse. I wonder about that. Either way, you shouldn't be buying a low-end DDR5 motherboard anyway. Because low-end DDR5 is bad. Anyway, there's also a B660m Gaming X. This is the DDR5 version. We do not care about the DDR5 version. What the hell is this? Why... Anyway, is there a DDR4 version? Why can't... there we go, there's a DDR4 version. There's also a Wi-Fi DDR4 version. Yep, plenty of USB ports, as expected. The audio section now really sucks, right? Yeah, this actually had like a full set of audio ports, but this being an MATX board, they ditched some of them. I'm kind of, like... I think it kind of sucks that there's no optical on the audio section of the Gaming X boards. Whatever. Like, the thing is, you lose the optical output pretty quickly on most motherboards, so I don't think I'm not sure that in this price range you would be able to find a board with optical anyway. Yeah, this will still run your... Like, it's the same VRM, it's basically the same board. You still get your reset button and your Q flash button, and you don't get troubleshooting LEDs because they ran out of space, apparently, which kind of sucks. You get an internal Type-C connector, you get a bunch of USB Type-A's. Actually, I don't think this is doing that great for USB Type-A's. Then again, this thing is going to be like... Where... Oh, we don't have a price for that? Aw. That sucks. Can I get a price for this? Oh, okay, this looks like it might be a little bit cheaper. Yeah, so we've got 133. So it's like the same price. It's not significantly cheaper. So, yeah. I wonder what their memory support is like, though. Up to 4400. That is low. Oh, and this is not finished again. Wait, was the ATX version just as bad? Oh, apparently it is. Interesting. I feel like, I'm not sure if they're sandbagging their own memory support or if, or if the board actually sucks. Because I've seen that, like, I've seen Gigabyte do that with other boards. Because if you go by Gigabyte's QVL for Z690, right? Go by the Gigabyte QVL for Z690. Or more like just by the spec. So, the Extreme, 6600. The Master, 6400. These two boards use the exact same memory topology. Exactly the same. And for me, they both clock exactly the same. Like, I have both of these boards. I can't tell a difference in the memory overclocking. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Gigabyte just, like, copy-pasted the memory topology of the... Where's the B660? Like, the B660 Master DDR4, which they have, I think, the spec... Yeah, they claim 5333, which that might not actually work. But, so they'll claim 5333 on the Master, and then use the exact same topology on the Gaming X, and then just say that it doesn't do more than 4400. Like, that is a very Gigabyte thing to do, in my experience. Like, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Memory support list. Yeah, I wonder if they're just sandbagging the QVL. Because I have a really hard time believing it's actually that bad. Like, DDR4 4400 is, for a 6-layer daisy chain, is terrible. So I have a really hard time believing that it's actually that bad. Then again, maybe that topology is ever so slightly different and terrible. So, I don't know. But I'd assume they just copy-pasted it, and then it should be the same. Oh, this is a DDR5 board. Wait, this says 5800? I get the feeling that Gigabyte is just kind of slapping random numbers on the support lists. Yeah, haha. I'm 99%. Yeah, this has the same glossy PCB finish. Like, I was thinking, oh, maybe it's the finish of, like, maybe it's a slightly different PCB material, which it shouldn't do that. Like, for PCIe, different PCB materials are an actual problem, but memory doesn't quite hit the memory speed. Like, DDR4 doesn't quite reach speeds high enough to be affected by that. So I get the feeling that they're just straight up trying to make the Gaming X look worse. Because that looks like the same memory... Wait, no. Oh wait, this has shielded. And we have traces on the top layer here. Oh, so it does look like it's different. What the hell? Why? Oh wait, 4-layer PCB. Wait, what? Am I stupid? That might explain why it's so damn cheap. Okay, if it's a 4-layer, that makes sense. Which board did I count the 6-layer PCB on then? I guess I must have done that on, like, the master, right? Yeah. Wait, there's a 4-layer DDR5 board? How? Wait, no, this is 6. Yeah, this is a 6. That's a 6. That... No, that almost... I can't tell. But we can see the traces. Which they wouldn't... Like, you wouldn't be able... Like, I don't think they would make a 6-layer and then put the fucking memory traces on the top layer. That's a very... That's like Asus does that, but like that... Gigabyte doesn't. So... That is super weird. I guess I'll have to ask for, like, details for these boards. Man, that... Yeah, that really looks like it might actually just be a 4-layer, which would explain why the memory is so bad. It won't affect you if you're in Gear 1, but Gear 2 is gonna be fucked. That's what it's gonna do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that is definitely 4. That's, like... I want to just one more check. Yeah, this is 6, this is 4. Okay, well that explains why it's so damn cheap. That actually affects the power delivery a bit. It's gonna make it... Man... The thing, a 4-layer PCB should still be able to do 200 watts, though. Like, as long as you don't go full BioStar with, like, no power plane, it should still do 200 watts. And the thing is, like, this isn't going full BioStar. The VRM is actually reasonably wrapped around the CPU socket. It's not just on one side, so the power plane's not just going to be... Like, your power plane isn't going to be like a little power strip between the VRM and the socket. Like, the current's going to have, you know, some area to flow through. So, yeah, okay. So that's interesting. I didn't think they would do that, but yeah, okay. I mean, it does allow them to make a very, very cheap board, though. So, yeah, so there's a 4-layer Gigabyte DDR4 board. Man, at that point, I feel like, unless you really need the USB ports, you could get like a... Because at the same price point, like MSI has a 6-layer board. No power stages, but a lot of MOSFETs. And you're going to get better memory overclocking capabilities out of that. So yeah, it depends what your priorities are then, I guess. It's like, do you want USB ports or do you want memory overclocking? If you want memory overclocking, you're going to want to get an MSI board. If you want USB ports, you Gigabyte. So, what next? Gaming AC DDR4. Yeah, this will run an i3 or an i5. I don't think I'd put an i7 in this. Wait a minute, I think this has a shielded memory topology. I think this is a 6-layer. Are you Gigabyte? Where's the indicator? Damn, I can't see it. The thing is, I can't see memory traces either, so I would assume it's a 6. I feel like they just silk screened over it, which is kind of weird because they don't normally do that. You know what? Let's just take a look at the freaking QVL. This is a DDR4 board. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, so this got to be a 6-layer PCB because otherwise it's not doing 5333. You get 2 M.2 slots. You don't get much in the way of USB ports. You do get a Type-C, though. And you get Wi-Fi. And 4 SATA ports. Okay. Like, I don't know how cheap this is, but if this is cheap enough, then this is actually kind of neat. Because I don't think a lot of the other motherboards in this... Like, the motherboards that are, like, 1 DIMM per channel... I don't think a lot of them use 6-layer PCBs. I think a lot of them are 4-layer PCBs. Though I think a 4-layer 1 DIMM per channel is actually not that bad on DDR4. Like those are actually those are actually pretty decent. So that might not really make much of a difference. You do still get the reset button, and I think it's still rebindable. I can't see any troubleshooting LEDs, so that's annoying. And the VRM only has heatsinks on less than half of the V-core, which is... yeah, that's a unique approach to that, isn't it? Because you've got your 3 V-core phases under the VRM heatsink, and then you've got the other 4 V-core phases, and those are kind of just left to fend. Actually, no, you've got 3 V-core and then 2 iGPU. Why does it have 2 iGPU phases? Oh, well, yeah, so this, like... i5s, i3s, I don't think I'd go above that on this, though. Like, it does technically have a VRM heatsink, but I have my doubts about the top half of the VRM not getting very hot. If you get, like, if you put, like, an i7 12700 in this, I think the top half of the VRM would get very, very hot. And while Gigabyte does give you VRM temperature sensors, they don't always put them in the most reasonable locations. Also, where is it? Also, never use EasyTune. EasyTune is a pile of trash. Absolutely, like, horrible software. Oh, wait, SmartFan 6. Yeah, so they do have a VRM temperature sensor. And if that label is accurate, then it's actually not in a completely stupid location. But I've seen Gigabyte VRMs where they have the temperature sensor and, like for V-core temperature sensor, the sensor would be like there. And it's just like, guys, yes, that is a place where you can put the sensor, but that is not the right place to put the fucking sensor. That's the B550 Vision does that. The temperature sensor is just in a completely, like, pointless, like the problem with it there is that the temperature sensor is actually used for compensating the current measuring system of the VRM. And so as the VRM heats up, the current sensing gets less and less accurate because the temperature sensor is way off of the, like, hottest, like, way off from the hottest temperature of the VRM. So yeah, but this doesn't seem to have the temperature sensor in a completely stupid location, so assuming that, like, the photo probably isn't that accurate. Actually, I wonder if we could just zoom in on it, because... That just looks like a capacitor over there. That looks like a temperature sensor. But that, like, you need one for each VRM loop. So you'd have one for V-core, one for iGPU. Though the Super I/O temperature sensor would be separate from those, so... And the Super I/O one is the one you'd actually get access to in software. And actually, this is probably using an old enough VRM controller that, like, Hardware Info has support for it. Yeah, I'm not seeing any temperature sensor-shaped thing in this area, so it's probably... It might actually be that little component over there. Yeah, because that would make, like, if this was for the VCCN, that would make a lot of sense. if this was a temperature sensor. This is evidently not a temperature sensor. That's a capacitor. So I made a mistake on that. This still might be a capacitor. I'm not sure. Oh, kind of... We kind of have something over here. It's not the same on all the other phases. So that actually might be the temperature sensor then over here. But yeah, I'm not sure. Either way, if you run an i5 or an i3, you don't have to worry about that on this board. Anyway, next board, there's this thing, which really looks like it wants to be a mining motherboard. Actually, it probably is a mining motherboard. God damn it, Gigabyte's website. Yeah, mining motherboard. We've got PCIe slots that don't work unless you're a miner. Anyway, M.2 slots, 2 of them. There's a VRM heatsink on this. This is like the same VRM you had on that the red motherboard. Okay, you know what? Now, does this have troubleshooting LEDs? Hey, it's got troubleshooting LEDs. And a shielded memory topology, so it'll actually clock memory properly, though. I think this is DDR5. Yeah, this is a DDR5. There's a DDR4 version as well. Hopefully the DDR4 version is also... Like, hopefully I can't see traces on that one. Yeah, I can't. Okay. Yeah, 6R PCB. You can see that from the layer count indicator. How's the rear I/O on these? Probably terrible. Yep, very terrible. Just 5 USB Type-A's and a Type-C. Though these are probably really cheap, and you get an awful lot of PCIe slots. So I guess if you want to add any functionality, it's just like, go ahead, alright? Wait, that's 139 quid. Oh, I guess because... Wait, that's the Wi-Fi version. Let's get rid of the Wi-Fi part. 130. Okay, yeah, so I guess that's what's going on with that, is this has a 6-layer PCB, whereas the Gaming X has a 4-layer PCB. So the Gaming X, you get a better VRM, worse memory overclocking, and less PCIe slots. This, you pay almost the same amount of money. You get worse rear I/O, worse VRM, better PCB, more PCIe slots. So that's fun. So that explains why they're both at like similar prices. I'd probably get the Gaming X. Not one of these, but depends what you want in terms of feature set, I guess. And then we have the DS3H boards, which are basically the same as the, what is it, the gaming, yeah, the just gaming motherboards. Except this has too many DIMM slots. Actually, no, it doesn't. Oh, look, this is a 6-layer PCB as well. Man, the Gaming X DDR4 now kind of annoys me. Still don't get a ton of yeah, you get 5 Type-A's, 1 Type-C. You get some Wi-Fi if you can get Wi-Fi AX. There's probably a bunch of other cheaper versions as well. No troubleshooting LEDs. You get your reset button and your Q flash button. 2 M.2 slots. This isn't terrible. It's just like I would probably go for the 1 DIMM per channel version. Yeah, especially since you do still get your 2 M.2 slots anyway. And your rear I/O is the same thing. I wonder what the price is like. Oh, really cheap. That's... No, like, if you're building with an i5, this is great. Other than, like, the rear I/O, but I don't know. Like, a lot of people, like, I do have a abnormally high use of USB ports. So, yeah, I wonder what the 4DIMM version costs then. Because the thing is, the 4DIMM version, you get a bigger PCB. Should be more expensive. You get more PCIe slots as well. Yeah, and honestly, like, screw it. I'd give up DIMM slots for, you know... Because the money you don't spend on the... Though... Thing is, dual rank B-die sticks are kind of expensive. And yes, I would pair my i3 with B-die. Oh, that's the Wi-Fi version. That's the Wi-Fi version. That's the non-Wi-Fi version. That's still... It's not really much of a price difference, is it? And you're probably going to have an easier time finding 4 sticks of memory than, like, 4... Like, 4x8 might end up being cheaper than 2x16. But on the other... Like, the thing with... If you take two 2x8 kits and put them together, and it doesn't work, that's your fault. So you're potentially making your life more difficult than if you just went with 2x16 on the cheaper motherboard. Also, the cheaper motherboard might actually clock RAM better. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know which one. Like, if I was building the system, I'd get this thing. 16 gig DIMMs. Like, also, if you just don't try to get B-die, then you can get 16 gig DIMMs reasonably cheap. What else do we have? So we have more DS3Hs. Did I miss anything noteworthy? Wait. What's this? This has a different VRM heatsink. D3H. How do you feel about the DS3H with a 12600K? What kind of cooler are you getting for that 12600K? Because I have a sneaking suspicion the top half of the VRM is going to run really hot. Arctic 34 eSport. Yeah, that's going to cook the VRM. Like, unless you angle the fan down somehow, it's going to cook the VRM. Because your VRM heatsink, like, reaches to maybe about the height of where that heatsink... Like, do we have a better picture? Yeah, so you can kind of see how, like, there's your fan, there's your VRM heatsink. Do you see the disconnect between those two? Like, your VRM heatsink is going to be, like, way below the fan. And if you have a... Yeah, like, you're just... The VRM's not going to get any airflow. Also, the rear exhaust fan doesn't do anything for VRM temperatures because it's entirely way too high up. Top fan. No, like, you need a fan that's, like, pointed at the motherboard. Because the biggest problem with, like, the main problem VRM cooling has is you are trying to cool something that sits right out of the way of any airflow in the entire system. Like, there is, generally speaking, unless you have a downdraft air cooler, VRMs are a total airflow dead zone in a typical case. Like, they are about as far away from any source of airflow as is physically possible while being right next to a bunch of fans. Because the problem with fans is that all of your rear fans are, like, they're pulling air. And even if they were pushing air in, like, I should just pull up paint for this. So, if you look inside a case, right, this is awkward to draw. If I draw the rear I/O, right, so you've got your rear I/O, and you've got your 120mm fan, which might be something like this, right, and actually I should have made the fan blue. So, there's your cooling, right, there's your fan. Actually, that seems a little bit too close together for the average case, but whatever. I don't use cases, so I don't know where the fan really goes, but your VRM heatsink typically sits like here. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure if the VRM heatsink is less tall than the USB ports, it's not getting airflow. This is just nothing's going to reach it, which this pretty much is. Right? Because all of your cooling stuff is like as above the height of the USB ports. Oh, and then this top section of the VRM, that doesn't even have a heatsink at all, and the memory sticks right here blow and block any airflow that is coming in from the front. So, you know, if you have your motherboard, and then you have your memory sticks right here, or memory stick, right, and then you have your intake fans, and then you have like your, actually I should just do all the fans in blue, so then you have your intake fans. And then you have like your VRM over here. And you have your VRM over here. And then you'll have like your air cooler, which typically sits something like this. So over the VRM heat sinks. And then you have your exhaust fan, which sits over here, but above, again, like significantly above the VRM components. So your airflow basically goes, and then it like goes over that, and then gets pulled out the fan. And this might get some cooling. This doesn't. And if you add a fan over here, like, basically the problem you'd run into is you would need the fan to sit something like relative to the motherboard. Like, if you have a top exhaust fan, you would need the motherboard to sit like this, basically, relative to the fan. Whereas in most cases, this fan sits something like this. So, like, it just doesn't do anything. Now, you do have temperature sensors, so you can always check if it's overheating. But I think it's probably going to run really, really hot, if not even, like, thermal throttling. Especially since you have a tower cooler. Like, tower coolers are absolutely atrocious at cooling the motherboard. Though, what you could do, maybe, I don't know how good the mounting hardware is for it, if you drop the fan way down, like push the fan, like, yeah, if you basically lower the fan into like the dim slots, then you can maybe get some airflow over the actual board itself. Or if you somehow lifted the bottom edge of the fan so that it points down at like, I don't know, a 30-degree angle or something instead of straight through the fin stack. But then you're like going to probably make your CPU cooling worse for the sake of VRM cooling. Like, motherboard VRMs are just, like, they're in the wrong place on a motherboard. Like, they are in completely the wrong place. Like, if you look at how server motherboards handle the VRM cooling, they put the VRM right in front of the front intakes. Right? Like, servers put that VRM right into the front intake, because if you put it up behind the CPU heatsink, it's not going to work. This is also why servers get away with, like, relatively weak VRMs relative to how much power the CPUs can pull. Is because in servers, you just put the VRM where it actually makes sense instead of where it's convenient. I'm really not sure why memory sticks go where they go. Well, actually, no, I do know, because, like, the alternative is that, like, basically, ideal VRM cooling would be to put like, a reverse version of the like, a flipped version of what the Dark does. Because the Dark still has most of the VRM in the wrong place. It just doesn't matter because the VRM on the Dark is completely overkill. But basically, you would want your like, optimal airflow pattern would be, I'll have to pull up Paint again, on a motherboard would be if you did your motherboard like this, you put your VRM over here, and then you put your memory sticks like that. Because the thing is, the VRM doesn't really produce a lot of heat, so it's not going to affect the temperature of everything behind it significantly, because That's kind of the thing. The VRM is capable of getting extremely hot because it doesn't get any freaking cooling, right? That's why it runs so damn hot. It's not because it produces a ton of heat. It's just because there's no cooling for it. Whereas your memory sticks, which also don't produce a ton of heat, those get to sit like right in the most direct airflow in the entire case. And then, you know, your memory sticks get to block airflow into your CPU cooler. Now, this orientation obviously makes it awkward with tower coolers, because your tower cooler would probably end up something like this, which... Because otherwise you have this problem, right? Where it's like, well, my tower cooler now hits the memory sticks, which that's awkward. But yeah, basically ATX motherboard form factor just screws over the VRM, because it, like, that's... Because here's the thing, with low power CPUs, it doesn't matter. Like, the VRM is going to be fine. It's not going to produce a, you know, like, it's not going to get hot enough. But... yeah, if you have a high-power CPU, then the VRM is just completely in the wrong place. Oh yeah, and the 24-pin would still get in the way, wouldn't it? Yeah, the server boards really put the 24-pin right at, like, yeah. Like, I hate the 24-pin power connector. It's a terrible connector. It's a pain to plug in. It's a pain to unplug. It's, like, it is actually, like, big enough to be restrictive to airflow. I guess this board doesn't do what I said with the VR. Well, no, you can kind of see how they compensate for that. Those are some seriously tall heat sinks. Though, I guess... this kind of does that, doesn't it? I wish we had a similar angle on this board as on that server board, yeah. I don't think that's as tall. Yeah, so here they just make the heatsink taller to compensate for the fact that the VRM's in kind of the wrong place. And then there's some motherboards where they just... yeah, like, so there's a few different options, but generally you'd want the VRM right at the front. Which a lot of boards will do, but not all of them. So it's not always, but... oh, this is like a good example of that. Yeah, so if they put the VRM in the back, they give it a really tall heatsink, and if they put it up front... well, not always, like this one doesn't have any heatsinks at all. The thing is, you also in servers have, like, very controlled airflow, which in most consumer applications you just don't. So yeah, like, that rear heatsink is pretty damn tall. Also, the rear I/O is all open. Especially relative, yeah, like the front heatsink is barely taller than the inductors, and the rear heatsink is maybe 2 or 3 times taller than the inductors in front of it. But anyway, so the thing is, if you're just playing games on it, it'll be fine. If you're doing, like, video encoding, you'll have a problem, potentially. Which kind of, again, is like, if you're just playing games, you don't need E-cores. And if you're doing video encoding, well, then you're screwed. So... like, this will do 120 watts fine. Like, that's the thing, is, like, 120 watts, you can get away with, like, trash. Absolute garbage. But you start going a little bit above 120. Like, let's put it this way. So the 5950X normally has a TDP, has a power limit of 144 watts. On the cheapest A520 boards, it runs at 130-ish. On non-sustained workloads. Right? And at 130-ish, that VRM is getting close to 100 degrees, and that's with a downdraft air cooler. Actually, I could just pull up the video. Let's see what horrible crap YouTube wants to recommend to me today. I don't know. I think I did it with the 3950X, yeah. Yeah, see? So, admittedly, this is a 4-phase board. But, and that's with a downdraft air cooler. And that thing is doing 3,000 RPM. It is completely maxed out, pointed straight down, and right over there, we're at 100 degrees. And this is running Cinebench, and the CPU is downclocking itself a little bit. So if you take a board like this, or, well, like this, and you give the VRM, like, not even a fraction of the airflow I'm giving it here, and then you run 150 watts on it, it's probably going to throttle. 125 should be fine, though. Still probably going to get really damn hot, though. He's not even signed in. Yeah, because I don't use, like, I use Chrome as my stream browser, so it's not logged into any of my accounts, so it can't accidentally pull up any of my stuff. Yeah, so, like, actually, I think in this video I show how the VRM temperature, like... Yeah, so it just kind of keeps going up. And then when Cinebench finishes the render, it drops off, and then it starts going back up again. So I guess if you had, like, a non-stop version of Cinebench, it would maybe actually hit 110 eventually. So that's fun. Yeah, because without the heatsink. Yeah, so it comes down a bit. And then it starts climbing again. Anyway. 125. I wouldn't say it's gonna be no problem. But the thing is, the board has working VRM throttle. Like, the board will have working over temperature. Like, it'll just throttle if it pulls too much power. So yeah, I wouldn't be worried about, like, I wouldn't be worried about the board suddenly failing, but it's like, why would you put a $300 CPU on a $90 motherboard? Also, should it be substituted for a B660m Gaming X? No, because that's the same board. Like, it's literally the same VRM. But, like, here's the thing. If you're just playing games, it'll be fine. Because games don't use CPUs. But, like, I don't get... Like, that's kind of, like... It's like, why would you get a server CPU if you're going to go play, like... Or, like, why would you get something that's approaching a workstation CPU and then just play games on it? But if you are just going to play games on it, it'll be fine. It's just that, please, like, if you do video encoding, you might suddenly... Like, if you start a video encode, what'll probably happen is it'll go pretty quickly, and then it'll suddenly slow down to a crawl. Oh, the Gaming X? Oh, that would be fine. Oh, not the Gaming Ace. Yeah, man, I hate motherboard naming schemes. Yeah, because this is literally just gaming. What a terrible name. Please do not call your motherboard gaming. Yeah, Gaming X would be completely fine. Like, because this, like, first of all, we got power stages. Like, we've got actual power stages on this. Secondly, these are way bigger heat sinks. Yeah, you've got 60 amp DRMOS components instead of discrete MOSFETs. And, like, you can get discrete MOSFETs that rival DRMOS components in performance. You don't see them on motherboards these days. It's like, if you're going to spend that much on your MOSFETs, you may as well get DRMOS components instead. So, anyway, is that all of the B660 Gigabyte boards? I think so. There's the DS2. Oh, wait, I didn't do the... No, that's the 3. D3H. Yeah, okay, we didn't take a look at this yet. It's more of the same with arguably a worse VRM heatsink. I'm not actually sure. This might be worse. It might be... I think that's worse. Actually, well, yeah, no, I think that's probably worse. Oh yeah, so the one thing you can do on like AMD systems is you can slide the fan on your heatsink way down. But you can't do that on Intel because the mounting hardware is like over here and over here. And did he just say Gigabyte? Yes, I did say Gigabyte. EVGA has simple model names because they have 2 motherboards. Anyway, and then we've got the Power DDR4. Which still uses the same VRM, but now they've completely ditched half the no more heatsink. Honestly, this will still run your i3s, though. Actually, it'll probably even do the 120 watt i5s. Like the non-K i5s. Assuming you use a downdraft air cooler. Like, that's the thing, is like the downdraft air cooler makes such a massive difference. Like, you have no idea. Like, tower coolers are absolutely atrocious at cooling motherboard VRMs. Actually, no, I've had one idea. I just got an idea. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to implement this, but what you could do is if you have a tower cooler, right? You got your crappy motherboard. That's too high up. There, so you got your crappy motherboard. You got your memory over here-ish, right? And then you've got your tower cooler. This is not to scale at all. I'm quite the artist, as you can clearly see. So we're going to put the tower cooler, like, sticking off the page, right? So you got your tower cooler, and it's got, like, its mounting stuff, and then you've got your CPU at the bottom. There. And you got your VRM stuff, like, over in this area. As well as in, like, the background there somewhere. What you could do is, and I'm surprised that no air cooler manufacturer does this, is you could just make a duct that does that. Right? So that you, because admittedly this will be literally the hottest air coming out of your air cooler, but do that. And that'll help. And then you just, like, ideally you'd want it to wash into the, like, top section of the motherboard. It probably won't. I guess if you made it straight down like that, so that it would just, because if you slam the air into the board at like a 90-degree angle, it'll sort of wash out in all directions. You'll have some recirculation issues probably in this area, but yeah. Also, this is probably going to increase the noise output of your cooling system, and it's going to make it less efficient for the CPU, but it'll definitely drastically improve the VRM temperatures. AIOs even worse than tower coolers? Well, the thing with AIOs is that they're so low profile that you can just kind of slap, like if you have an AIO, right, you've basically got this blue block here, and that block is not very tall, so you can just put a fan like that. Right, you can you can just zip tie a fan on top of it, whereas if you have a tower cooler, you're kind of screwed. Like, where are you? I guess you could zip tie a fan, like, to the heat pipes at the bottom of the air cooler. That'll work. If you have a small fan, you can just kind of, yeah, jam that between the, like, attach that to the heat pipe, basically. Actually, I have an idea. I do have a random tower cooler that I got with a motherboard that I bought, so could demonstrate the idea. So, there's our tower cooler, right? And actually, I'm probably gonna... Wait, how's this? Is this actually... Oh, it's... Yeah, okay, I've screwed this all together. But... This is a way bigger fan than what I was hoping to grab, but it was the first thing I could find. So, you take this, right? And if this is sitting on your motherboard like this, then your VRM's somewhere in this area. I don't know what it will be. There, let's say this is our VRM heatsink, right? Get a fan, like, somehow like this. And you're good. Yeah, this is way too zoomed in. There. Yeah, so you basically want to do something like that. Obviously, if you have a thinner tower cooler, this is going to be easier. Probably don't do anything like this. If you did a reverse airflow setup in your case, you could just have a fan like this. And then, like, rear fan as intake. Then have a fan sort of sitting here to pull air onto the board. And then you'd run your front fan as, like, pull. Which is not super efficient. Like, fans suck at pulling. Literally. They are, like, fans are way better at pushing air than they are at pulling it. So in any situation, like, you want to be pushing air for, like, yeah, you'd prefer to be pushing air, but rather than pulling it. But if you're trying to cool the VRM, like, that's the whole reason the VRM runs hot in the first place, is because you basically got... Like, you've got air coming out of here, and then it just gets pulled out of the system before it, like, you'd probably get better VRM temperatures if you didn't have a rear exhaust at all. Because the air coming through the air cooler would just slam into the back of the case, wash off the back of the case onto the motherboard, and then if you had a rear exhaust at the side, that would actually sort of, you know, pull the air out, but now your CPU cooling is a lot less efficient. I should do, like, a bunch of weird thermal testing like that. I don't think anybody would watch it because it would just be a giant spreadsheet with maybe some photos. But yeah, like, that's the kind of thing that you might want to consider when it comes to VRM cooling. Like, VRMs are just in a terrible location. Like, that's literally the whole issue. Like, the nearest fan is an exhaust. So, yeah, but even then, like, here's the thing. If you're not doing multi-core workloads, it'll be fine. Like, the CPU only hits that 150 watt power limit when it's actually working, all the cores are working. Or you could just get a Gaming X motherboard and not worry about any of this stuff. Can you not get an MSI B660-A? Because that would actually probably be a better deal, and it would have better memory support. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that one's cheaper, or if, like, how that one's priced. So anyway, at this point, you know, I've said everything I wanted to say about all the different boards, so now we're taking questions. I do want to see if I can find the price for this thing. Oh yeah, like, this is the same price as the Gaming X, so I'd just get this instead. Yeah, between these two, I'd take this. Like, you do lose out on the, like, USB ports. But this is a 6-layer PCB. Yeah, this is a 6-layer PCB. Yeah, you can see, like, this is totally shielded. You can't see any memory... Well, you can see the command address bus, but you can't see any of the data lines. Which is the same thing here. Well, and here you can see all of the memory traces because it's not shielded. So, like, this will have better memory overclocking. VRM temperatures on both are going to be fine. Both have troubleshooting LEDs. This doesn't have the reset switch, but... MSI's auto recovery is not terrible. It's pretty good. Gaming X is cheap, though. Like, these should be the same price. Oh, the MSI Sweden. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I wonder what other options there are for micro ATX B660. Let's go low. There's the crappy ASRock board. There's the crappy Gigabyte boards. Oh man, that MSI board is not cheap. Wait, there's the ASRock Pro RS. Is this cheap? This has proper heat sinks as well. Yeah, this will do a 12600K. Or at least should. The Asus. Wait, that's the one which has, like... That's this one, right? Oh, man, why the hell is it so expensive? At least here in the... Okay, I think that this has to be incorrect. Yeah, this should actually deal with the i5 a lot better. Mainly because they have more of the VRM under the... Well, actually, wait a minute. No, it does have more of the VRM. Yeah, it's still a 6-phase. It still uses 2 low sides per phase. Except you have more of the VRM under a more substantial VRM heatsink. And Asus, like... The funny thing is, like, Asus usually gets better thermal performance out of the same VRM components than Gigabyte, especially. I don't know how. I think Gigabyte runs their low-end boards at too high switching frequency, probably, or something. So yeah, if this is cheaper than the Gaming X, then yeah, I'd totally get this instead. The Gaming X at 8-phase, yes, but we just need to run a 12600K, which I still don't think is the most sensible of CPUs to run on a B660, but this will do that. Oh, they're the same price. Man, that is hard. That's a really hard one, because it's like, okay, so... Better overclocking, worse rear I.O. So actually, better memory overclocking, somewhat worse VRM, better rear I.O. Then we have this thing, which, I don't know how it clocks memory, it's probably terrible. This, on the other hand, lots of VRM, kind of good, I like the rear I.O., but the memory overclocking is probably going to be pretty weak. So yeah, pick your poison, I guess. Z690-A Pro is 180, 190. Should people just go for that? Yes. Like, there's a bunch of B660s that are basically at Z690 prices. I don't, like... And it's not just a UK thing. And I know there's been the whole controversy with Newegg, but Newegg, at least, as far as I know, they tend to have the most accurate pricing for motherboards. So anyway, we're going to go by lowest price. Okay, so... Like, this will run i3s, and yeah, it should still do, it'll do the up to, so basically, this should do up to 120 watts, this should do up to 120 watts, this should do up to 120 watts. I don't think it would quite reach 150. Man, if, like, this'll maybe do 150 if you get a downdraft heatsink. I wouldn't bet on it, though. And this is so hard to judge, though. Like, this is actually really annoying, because it's like, oh, it's got half a VRM heatsink. If it was a full VRM heatsink, I wouldn't have so many issues with it, but it's like one half of the VRM is actually properly cooled, and the other isn't, and it's like, I wonder what's going to happen to the other half. This will do i5s. This will do, yeah, this should do 150 watts just fine. This is overpriced. This is, I'd just get this instead. In the, like this, I don't know why this is 140 when this is like this has more VRM heatsink than this does. This has more. This is more motherboard than this is, and somehow they're the same price. I mean, wait, let me guess. This doesn't have any USB ports, right? This is it. I don't know. It even doesn't. It's not even completely lacking in USB ports. Yeah. So this is like this is not a bad value, I would say. It's not great, but it's not terrible. This is overpriced, though. Unless you really need Wi-Fi AX. Newegg website is apparently terrible, too. We have the Dash A, which is like, yeah, that's viable. The Pro RS, I don't know how good ASRock's BIOS is for Z690, for DDR4. But this isn't completely horrible. Actually, this might be better than the Asus board at this price. Not really. Like, you do get troubleshooting LEDs. You get, what, 3 M.2 slots? But I think you get 3 M.2 slots. Yeah, both of them get 3 M.2 slots. The ASRock board has better VRM heatsinks, but I don't really, like, I don't think it'll get you up to the next tier of CPU necessarily. Well, I don't know. This might actually do 200-watt CPUs. It's really, like, ideally it would be best to just test the damn boards, but, like, I'm not doing that. I don't care about B660 enough to go that far. This is really good, though. At $139, like, this is a just all-around, very solid motherboard. Yeah. You get your, like, it's an MATX, so you only get 2 M.2 slots instead of 3, but this is a very solid motherboard. You get your troubleshooting LEDs. I mean, the rear I.O. is still not great. Like, you still only get 6 USB Type-A's, but it's not a disaster. And apparently there's no Gaming X's in stock. So that's annoying at Newegg. So, then we get, oh my god, this is 150? Why is this 150? Oh wait, this has power stages, doesn't it? Yeah, I think this is on power stages. Oops. There's a problem. The thing is, the 12600K, like, here's the... Why? I don't get why you would want to put a 12600K in a B660. It's like, you don't get a heatsink with it. It's $300 freaking dollars. Like... the B660m-A, yeah, it'll be fun. Like, it's viable. Wait, the full-size AT... Yeah, the Prime... The full-size board is fine. Yeah, this one's good. The MATX version of this is a bit... but the full-size version is fine. Like, this really won't have any issues running an i5 12600K. Or at least it shouldn't have, but it really, like... I'd be really, really surprised if this struggled with an i5 12600K. Though, the bad news is, it's an Asus motherboard, so it doesn't have VRM temperature sensors. Wait, what? MATX has dual... No, it doesn't. No, that's not a VRM heatsink. That's for your freaking M.2 drive. Yeah, I would rather totally agree. Well, the thing is, like, unfortunately, a lot of motherboards, like, so there's some people who will literally just buy the cheapest motherboard they can find. And then there's some people who will buy the motherboard with, like, that looks, like, with what the looks that they can afford to pay for. So a lot of motherboards are designed less around providing good value and more around looking good. Like this. Like this chipset heatsink doesn't achieve anything. It's just aesthetics. I have serious doubts that this M.2 heatsink changes your M.2 temperatures, considering it's literally a flat piece of metal. And last I checked, M.2 heatsinks are basically flat sticks of NAND. It's like, yes, we are increasing the surface area of the flat stick of NAND by attaching a flat stick of metal. It's going to increase the surface area by, like, I don't know, like, whatever the edge of this freaking heatsink is. Right? Like, that's the kind of the funny thing. Like, I've seen a lot of people say that, like, VRM heatsinks that are just like a block aren't effective, but they are a lot more effective, like, they're a lot more effective than having naked MOSFETs, because a naked MOSFET is literally like a 2D object. As a top side and as a bottom side, and the bottom side is often, you know, obstructed by a bunch of PCB layers. So you basically just got one side cooling, whereas even if you put a literal, like, square tube on top of the MOSFETs, like, that'll triple the surface area easily. Because you'll have 3 sides instead of just 2. It's probably not going to drop your it's probably not going to do that much for your temperatures, but it'll still be a lot better than just bare MOSFETs. Are the M.2 heatsinks included with motherboards worth using? I don't know. I've never used an M.2 drives. Like, I've literally, the one M.2 drive I got was because it came for free with a motherboard, and I sold it. Because it was like 64 gigs or something, and it's like, what am I going to do with a 64 gig hard drive? The thing is, if you're, like, here's the thing I'm questioning, though, is if you have a heatsink that literally has the same amount of surface area as the object, like, so if you cover up one side of the NAND chips on your M.2 drive with something that has the same surface area as the frickin' NAND chips you just covered up, how did you increase the surface area? Like, I have serious doubts about this actually achieving anything. Like, the only increase in surface area you really get is from the edge being slightly thicker than that of a NAND chip. I guess it's also a bit longer than the M.2 SSD that's under it. Yeah, so it'll slightly reduce the temperature. Then again, like, I don't test M.2 drives. I've just always found it kind of silly. It's like, it's a flat plate. How much cooling could it possibly add? Like, I'm pretty sure most chipset heatsink, like, even the super cheapo chipset heatsinks have more surface area than your M.2 drive heatsink. Actually, this actually has surface area, right? This right here, that adds some serious surface area, because, like, it's got 3D structure to it. It's not just a flat plate. It's the same idea as the chipset heatsink. Like, if you had a chipset heatsink that was literally just a flat plate, you could have just had the naked chipset itself, which is what a lot of motherboards do, right? A lot of uber cheap motherboards in OEM systems will literally just have the chipset naked because, like, you need something to actually add surface area. Like, you need some amount of geometry. You can't just have a flat plate. Yes, we have covered up the hot surface with another with a different surface. It's like, it's not going to do anything. Anyway, So yeah, I have my serious doubts about this M.2 heatsink actually achieving anything, but I don't know. It'll delay, yeah, it'll delay the temperature ramp. It'll definitely do that, because it'll just give you more thermal mass. What you're saying, no, I don't know if you should buy an M.2 heatsink. I've literally never tested M.2 drives. I've just always found it like, as somebody just, like, I care about cooling things, and M.2 heatsinks on a lot of motherboards have always made me wonder, like, do these actually do anything? Like, this does something, right? Like, because here's the thing, like, you might say, oh, this is basically a flat plate. No. It doesn't take much to drastically increase how much surface area you have. So something like this is actually probably... It's not double, but it's definitely, like, it's not going to have the same surface area as the drive under it. It's going to have quite a bit more. Though, yeah, it's not really much of a difference, but it'll help. Like this will actually start making a difference, I think. But then you've also got heatsinks which are literally a flat plate, and that's where I'm like, does that do anything? Other than, like, delay how, like, slow down how quickly the temperature rises. Like this right here, because each of those notches they cut into it has, like, you have 3 sides instead of just 1. So if you cut, like, a... I'm not going to do the math on that. It's way too fiddly. Like, I think if you wanted to try cool an M.2 drive, you'd probably be better off just, like, sticking memory heatsinks to it than some of the plates that motherboards come with. But yeah, I've never tested it. It's just like I have a suspicion that that would be the case. So, this just got posted in chat. Yeah, see, this looks like an actual heatsink that's going to do something. Actually, this isn't too bad. This doesn't. Right? Because, like, the thing with this is it doesn't change it doesn't obstruct the bare surface area of the NAND chips. And it just adds surface area on top of the, I'm guessing, controller. Whereas with something like this, all of the drive's own surface area on one side has just been covered up by that plate. So you've deleted that surface area, and then you've replaced it with this plate. And that plate doesn't really seem to have a lot more surface area than what you've just removed by using that plate. So, yeah. Again, I might be completely wrong about that. Cheapest board for 12600K, Z690-A. Why are you getting a 12600K if you're, like... Why would you put a 12700K into a freaking B660? Set and forget. But why a 12700K then? Just get a 12700. You'll get a heatsink with it too. And spend a lot less money. Like, seriously, 12700K, is like 400 bucks. A 12700. Where is the 12700? There, no, that's the 12600. There, no, oh, there we go. i7s. There, nope, that's 12900K. Okay, fine. I'll just click on the damn i7. Okay, there we go. So 12700. You save 50 bucks for where? There. Actually, you save more than that. You save like $60 by just getting a 12700 instead. Like, you can get a better motherboard, better heatsink, better memory kit. You know, things that actually make the system faster. Right? Because this is 180 watt. Like, if you put this into a good enough motherboard, this is going to run at like the same power draw as a 12700K. And basically the same frequencies. Maximum E-core per... Like, K CPUs are really, really dumb if you don't have a Z690 motherboard. 12700 comes with a tall stock cooler. I think it comes with a terrible stock cooler, even if it's tall. I tried to check this earlier in the stream. And I'm pretty sure it comes with the... It comes with a heatsink. It's still going to be terrible, though. Like, that heatsink is never going to do 180 watts. Oh man, why did I click on that? Yeah, so it comes with this. This is not going to cool a 180 watt CPU unless you put, like, way too much airflow through it. Yeah. This is designed for that 65 watt base power limit. So yeah, that's not going to cool your CPU. Yeah, you can see it in Cinebench R23 10-minute loop. 16k points versus, if you have a proper cooler, 21,000 points. A 12700K gets 22,000 points. So, for the money you save by not buying a 12700K, you can get a proper heatsink for the 12700 so that it doesn't run like trash. The i3s get an even worse heatsink. i3 12100. Actually, it might be the same thing. Yeah, it might actually be the same thing. I guess the i9s get the tall one. Well, whatever. Yeah, so basically, like, you do get a stock cooler, but if you actually want the CPU to perform properly, you should get a better heatsink. But if you do that, like, it'll perform the same as a 12700K. I have a Tom's Hardware. I swear Tech Power Up did a 12700 as well. Non-K. Okay, apparently they didn't. Oh, I guess it gets 19,000 points on the stock cooler. It's in a benchmark 20. Wait, what? 10-minute loop, not max score. Is this single core? Oh, that's single core. No, so the RM1 isn't completely terrible. Anyway, 12700K is super dumb if you're not going to overclock it. Because you are spending 60 bucks for the privilege of overclocking the CPU. So if you're not going to use that privilege, why are you spending $60? Oh, it's one of those motherboards that doesn't exist on Asus website. Lovely. Who? Yeah, this exists. Yeah, okay, this is good. This is actually a good board. It's just a real shame that if you go to the Asus motherboard website, you can't fucking find it because Asus can't get their goddamn site to work. See, if I click B660... Where is it? Where the hell is that board, Asus? Yeah, no, this is a good board. This is a great, like, this is actually a good board. Yeah. For what you want to do with it. I'd like, yeah. This is a perfectly viable board. But, you know, Asus doesn't want you to know that it exists because having a functional website is just... It would eat into the profits of selling ROG motherboards too much. Okay, so I want to show you a little trick for predicting CPU performance differences if the CPUs use the same core architecture. You take the frequency of one CPU. God damn it, get off my screen. Actually, wait, what do I have behind this? Nothing. Good. We're going to put this like that. Going to get our 12700K, right? So this has a 5 gigahertz boost. We're going to take that 5 gigahertz, we're going to put it in our calculator. And we're going to go to our, no, that's the, god damn it, I went, there we go, it's 12700, 4.9, right? We're going to divide our 5 by 4.9 gigahertz. And that right there is the performance difference in percent. The 12700K is 2% faster in single-threaded workloads. 0.048 blah 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 blah. Oh, if they cost the same, then get the KF, yeah. But it should be a lot cheaper, because it sounds like your retailer is screwing, like whoever you're buying from is like really screwing you over if you're paying the same for a 12700F as a 12700KF. Because they should be, like, the price difference should be quite large. Do any MATX have 2? What? No, they have 2 M.2s. That's perfectly normal. And now I don't have that weird Asus board anymore. This has 2 M.2 slots, mate. 1? What's this? 2. It's pretty much standard for low-end, well, for B660 MATX boards, it's pretty much the norm to have 2 M.2 slots. Also, is it just me, or does this look suspiciously like a clock gen that went missing? Right? Like, you can see that there's padding for a crystal oscillator right there. Enhance. Okay, that did not work. It's not enhanced. Yeah, this sure looks like they... Oh. I'm pretty sure that there's a clock crystal is supposed to be right there. And then the rest of this looks suspiciously like it could have been a clock gen. I wish I had good enough Asus contacts to ask about that. I don't. If I try to ask about something like this, they're not going to tell me. But yeah, sure looks like they could have... And man, now I really wish there was good PCB pictures of the frickin' B550F and the... How are there no PCB pictures of those boards? Okay. No. Oh, fuck. I keep mixing up B550 and B660. This is the second time I've done it in, like, a couple days. There's no pictures. Like, does this board not exist? Man, I feel... Like, Asus offered to send a B660F. And it's just like, I don't... Like, loan me a B660F. And it's just like, I don't really want to do that board. Because, like, I still think it's a really stupid board. And I don't think having it in hand is going to change my mind about that. Oh, no, we can... I think I see the clock gen. It's probably right there. Yeah, okay, it's not in that same location. Well, that makes sense. That's an MATX board. This is an ATX board. So where does the -G have the clock gen? Ah, we can't see anything because there's stupid-ass M.2 heatsinks covering it up. And the chipset heatsink, probably. Oh no, why did I click on that? If I just do go to the Asus page for this board, is that gonna... Okay. We have the giant photos. We don't. What a shame. Could we... Nope. I can't zoom in more. Yeah, no, I can't see Well, okay, yeah, no, this has a completely different layout. The clock gen's actually, it's probably this right here. Oh, well. This really does look like, at some point in time, there was supposed to be a clock gen in this area. I'm surprised that it's all the way down here by the chipset. Because on 12th gen, the chipset doesn't handle BCLK, it's handled by the CPU. Anyway. Asus made a B660 ProArt. Yes, it's like... it makes sense if you really, really, really need dual LAN. Anyway, anybody got any motherboard requests that I can complain about? Unrelated is getting a broken STRIX 1080 Ti for 150. Dumb idea. The owner says he keeps getting driver crashes even while idling on desktop. It sounds like you're going to have to be replacing a memory chip. Or the... Actually, just crashing... I have no idea... Man, I don't like cards that half work. Those are always, like, the most annoying to troubleshoot, as far as I'm aware. 150 for a dying 1080 Ti is not the worst price for a dying 1080 Ti. Then again, I buy some real... Like, I make some really stupid-ass dead GPU purchasing decisions. So, taking my advice on whether or not $150 for a dying 1080 Ti is a dumb idea is probably not the best, not, you know, a good idea. How bad is the cheap ASRock ITX board? By cheap ASRock ITX board, are we referring to this? Because you can totally put an i3 in this. Honestly, even an i5 should be fine. It's got power stages. Like 120 watt i5. I should clarify. I would not put a 12600K anywhere near this. Unless you like your 2600K running at 120 watts. You're going to do a video on BCLK on clock gen? Well, like BCLK overclocking non-K CPUs? Or what? The H670 one. There's a H670 ITX? Am I blind? Oh, there is. Yeah, so this one I'm not sure, because like half of the VRM doesn't have a heatsink. And so on one hand, we do have enough power, like technically there's enough power stages here that it should do up to 200 watts. The main problem I see is like, how's that, like, is that top half of the VRM gonna like just cook? Because it might. And 12400 in this is completely fine. Like 12400F on this is completely fine. Actually, 12600K on this thing is totally fine as well. It's the i7s where it's like, I am really not sure about the top 3 V-core phases. I'm assuming there are 3 V-core phases up there. I don't know. Does ASRock say? No, they don't. Could be 6 plus 2, it could be 7 plus 1, who knows? Yeah, even if the 1080 Ti had a bad memory. That is true, yeah. Getting replacement GDDR5X chips really, really sucks. The cheap H610 board is fine for, yeah. Like, it is. Because, like, you've got a little VRM heatsink. You've got power stages. Like, it's on actual power stages. It's not just on crappy little MOSFETs. It's got an 8-layer PCB. Like, ITX boards are often disproportionately good relative to their price point. Because they have, like... Because basically, when you want to make something small and, like, not completely terrible, like, you don't really have a choice. Like, ITX basically goes one of two ways. It's either so bad that you'd never want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, or it's pretty good. You never get, like, a mediocre ITX board. No, this doesn't look completely terrible. And since you can't overclock on B660, you're not going to be screwed. Yeah, this actually doesn't look completely terrible. This actually looks pretty decent. How much is this supposed to cost? Okay, so we don't have a price for it. Yeah, that's kind of a problem, isn't it? But that doesn't look terrible. It could still be terrible, like, you know, BioStar has managed to build a motherboard with 90 amp smart power stages and still get it to run insanely fucking hot because it didn't have a power plane, it had a power strip. Also, the like, everything was too small. Like, everything other than the power stages was too small. You had, the heatsink was fine. You had tiny inductors, no power plane, and it's like, yeah, everything after the power stages is on fire. Well, and that, you know, the heat from that basically spread into the power stages, so even the power stages were really, really hot, but... I guess we could go through BioStar's boards as well, because I kind of forget that they exist. Which is probably for the best. I have a B660 GTN, GTQ, GTA. I have a Dash Ace B660M Silver. That's a lot of capacitors. I kind of like the rear I/O. Unless they, like, massively fucked up with the VRM design, this should be decent. The memory support might be kind of terrible, but honestly, like, that's not the... I don't think that's the end of the world. So... yeah, what's this? This also looks okay. Okay, that's not helpful. Oh man, their website is horrible. Yeah, this actually looks halfway, like, this probably isn't completely terrible. Probably. The thing is, I really don't feel like testing, like, I don't like testing, like, boring-ass motherboards, which this is what this looks like. This looks like a boring-ass motherboard. It's like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, you test it, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. It'll do, like, it'll probably do DDR4 3600 without too many issues. The VRM, unless they massively, like, unless they screwed up, the VRM shouldn't overheat. I wonder if there's a price for it. No, there fucking isn't. Why? Apparently I didn't hit the spacebar hard enough. What? Are you serious? Is that in stock? Any Germans here? At €160, the ITX is not terrible. Like, that's not a terrible price for a B660 ITX board. Anyway, so the big B660 GTA board, like, it's not bad. It's just way too expensive. And the GTQ, which also didn't look bad, but now I'm kind of, like, wondering if that thing's, like, 200 quid, then, like, what the hell? Why would you get that? Okay, apparently that one, there's no price for that one yet. Great. So, I don't know, like, that's B660. I feel like, see, this is exactly why I haven't made a video about it. Like, we've been here 4 hours. I'm still not sure, like, which motherboards are worth recommending, because it's like, it so heavily depends on, like, what features do you want? What CPU do you want to run? none of the boards can overclock. So, like, basically you're just buying motherboard based on, like, how much power delivery you need for a CPU. My Z690-A is 190. Yes, MSI made the best LGA 1700 motherboard. It's like, if your B660 motherboard costs anything near the Z690-A, like, you gotta start questioning your purchasing decisions. Though, there is an argument to be made, like, if you want features that the -A doesn't have, like, better audio is, like, the main one, but... yeah. Like, that's really the only thing I can think of. Like, dual LAN and audio, maybe you don't want an ATX board, you want an MATX or ITX board, then, yeah, B660 makes sense there. But otherwise, it's like, even if you're not overclocking, just get the -A. Because it's got more M.2 slots, it's got plenty of USB ports, it's got all of the power delivery you need for any CPU you can put into the socket. It's got troubleshooting LEDs, it clocks DDR4 just fine. It's got PCIe slots. It does motherboard things. And it's not ridiculously expensive. Yeah, and also, like, just buy an external audio, like, really, if you care about audio quality, just get an external DAC and amp. And then you never have to worry about what audio the motherboard comes with ever again. And that's the main, like, yeah. And if someday you feel like your audio is not good enough, you can just replace it. Without having to replace your whole fucking board. Still lukewarm on the ultra durable? Which ultra durable? The wacky motherboard with too many PCIe slots? Yes, still lukewarm on that, because it's like... what is it, like... where is the ultra durable? Oh, did I close the Gigabyte? Yeah, I did. Wait, we didn't go through Gigabyte's H series, did we? Oh, wait, no, it's... oh, no, we didn't. Oh, no, there's more. Wait, what ultra durable? There isn't an ultra durable. Either I'm blind or it doesn't exist. Yeah, there isn't an ultra durable. And the H610 boards look terrible. Oh, there. It's not, it does, it says UD on the heatsink, but it's not ultra durable. Like, it's not branded ultra durable. Oh boy. Ooh boy. Okay. Oh man, that is something. Well, this is definitely designed for CPUs like the... oh, yeah, like, this can probably handle 120 watts. Maybe. Kinda doubt it. The VRM is not the issue. The bigger issue is we can see the MOSFETs. All of them. Every single one. And how much does this firecracker cost? If somebody puts a 12900K in this, they're going to be in, like, for a hell of a surprise. Of course it supports the 12900K. This better be dirt cheap. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Why is nothing in stock? It's coming soon. Oh boy. What a board. Well, we don't have to wonder about what components are in the VRM, because we can just see them. But for an i3, this will be completely fine. Yeah, we can even see the little on semiconductor logo. Also, my voice has decided to check out. There we go. Nope, still sound like I'm gargling gravel or something. €125. Yeah, that's entirely too fucking much. It's $133 in Taiwan. Yeah, this thing's fucked. Like, hell no. If this was under $100, I'd get it. But at $133, though, so the funny thing with power stages is that they are surprisingly expensive compared to discrete MOSFETs. I guess it also doesn't help that this is using tantalum capacitors instead of just through-hole capacitors. I really don't get why, though. Like, what happened with this motherboard? Yeah, I mean, if you're slamming an i3, I guess that counts as heavy loading, right? Yeah, this is terrible. This is actually just absolutely fucking horrendous. What? There's an M.2 slot on it right there. Also, I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm gonna quickly eat a sandwich and then, I don't know, probably end the stream. Unless there's any other motherboards people want to ask questions about. And they have to be B660 or H610 or H670. I'm not doing Z690 questions. With a monoblock, yes. I don't like thermal pads, so I don't have like a brand to recommend for them. Yeah, I agree. Lack of overclocking support does make B660 really boring. So the anti-sulfur resistor thing is, like, that is a thing. But I think those are actually industry standard at this point. Yeah. In recent years, long-term reliability of film chip resistors in a high-sulfur environment plays in... Yeah. Critical environmental factors of sulfur pollution are oils, industrial areas, IT server farms, notebooks, and desktop computer. Basically everything. Like, according to this, everything has sulfur pollution, so... Yeah. Admittedly, this is a resistor manufacturer, so they'd also like to sell you sulfur-resistant... I think they're just standard at this point. Like, I think you'd have to maybe even look for resistors that aren't hardened to it. I don't even know, like, I don't feel, like, how long is this? Yeah, I don't feel like reading this. It's 5 pages. I'm way too dumb for that. I have a UniFi X, the X570S version. I've not gotten around to making any videos with it because it showed up right before Z690. Yeah, I saw yesterday on eBay, I think it was yesterday, somebody dumping a bunch of, like 3080 Ti's from what looks like their mining operation, because they had like 4 of them. So, I guess profitability is getting, especially in the UK, probably not great, because electricity prices are going up. Gear 2 exists. Like, you can do 5333 in Gear 2 just fine. Well, not just fine, but it is doable. Yeah, 1T. Oh. Yeah, that's the awkward thing with Gear 2, but you can do Gear 2 1T very easily, because it's not actually 1T command, right? I think it's this data sheet. Yeah, so fun fact, DDR5 is 4-tick command rate. On most most of the time. There are motherboards are now starting to get BIOSes that enable 1T, or, well, this, which turns into 2N. Now, Gear 2 1T and Gear 1 2T are literally the same thing. No, like, that counts for DDR4 and DDR5. Like, the gears work the same. Except in DDR5 you don't have Gear 1, because Gear 1 with DDR5 is just completely broken. $12700K, Prime Z690-A, G-Skill 5600C36. CPU seems to be V-Core hungry. You bought a 12900K failure. What did you expect? I've seen people say that 2T is actually faster than gear down mode. I've never been able to prove that in my own testing. Like, I've used 2T because in certain scenarios it's easier to get stability with it, but speed-wise, I've not, like, I think they perform basically the, like, I think, I'm pretty sure I've always benched gear down, because it's faster. Like, either 1T or gear down mode. My daily runs 2T because my RAM is trash. Ballistics Max here is much cheaper than all the other B-die kits. It's not B-die, though. It's Rev B, which is very different. How is Ryzen IMC gonna handle DDR5? We already have Gear 2 on Ryzen. What do you think why do you think it exists? So the thing with Rev B is it does loose TR, like your TRFC is loose. Your primaries are looser than VDI. Like it's usable, but I don't know that like it depends how the thing is I don't bench games. So all I know is like Rev B is slower. It's not hugely slower, but it is slower. Will that not tank Infinity Fabric clock? No, it won't. The Infinity... So, what a lot of people don't get about Ryzen is you have 3 clocks. You have the Infinity Fabric, you have the memory controller, and you have the memory. The gear only affects the memory and the memory controller. It has nothing to do with the Infinity Fabric at all. You can run 1-to-1 memory controller and memory and have desynced Infinity Fabric. You can run 2-to-1 memory controller with synchronized Infinity Fabric, and that's terrible because your memory controller is never going to be going fast enough. So, yeah, like that's kind of that. Like, so it doesn't affect the Infinity Fabric at all. Like, you get a latency penalty for having the Infinity Fabric desynchronized from the memory controller, but the Infinity Fabric clock itself literally couldn't care what frequency the memory controller is at. And DDR4 prices will continue to increase as DDR4 production is wound down and replaced by DDR5. So I think this is a good place to end the stream, right? Like, don't have anything more to say. I don't know how fast it'll increase. The power management IC shortage really makes me wonder why 32 gig DDR5 DIMMs are so rare. Because like a 32 gig DDR5 memory stick has 1 power management chip and 16 memory chips. Whereas a 16 gig memory stick has 1 power management chip and 8 memory chips. So if you have more memory chips than you have power management chips, why don't you make 32 gig DIMMs? Because, like, there's already people buying 4x16 DDR5 setups and then being surprised that it doesn't work properly because, of course, it doesn't fucking work properly. I'm not sure, like, the thing is getting information on the power management chips is really difficult. So, the thing that DDR5 does in order to be so incredibly fast is it simplifies everything. Instead of having 8 memory chips connected to 1 memory channel, you have 4 memory chips connected to 1 memory channel. Actually, that's actually the main simplification. Probably the only one. But that's like where most of the speed increase comes from. And so when you go from 2x16, which is 4 memory chips per memory channel, to so when you go from 2x16, which is 4 memory chips per memory channel, to 4x16, you now have 8 memory chips per memory channel, and you're back to like DDR4 levels of speeds. Except you also have to deal with the issues of having a daisy chain motherboard. Though I'm pretty sure a T topology would potentially be even worse because your 2x16 setup wouldn't work. Like, the thing is, as memory speeds keep getting higher and higher and higher, like eventually we're gonna hit a memory standard which will not be able to do multiple memory sticks at all. It'll just be non-functional. Nope. Yeah, if you like being stuck at like DDR4 speeds, you can have 4 sticks of DDR4. I mean DDR5. Technically, GDDR6X is quad data rate, because it sends, like, it doesn't send 1s and 0s, it sends 0s to 2s. Wait, 3s? Because it has 4 voltage levels for each transfer, so it can send, like, it can send a 0, it can send a 1, it can send a 2, and it can send a 3. Yeah. So, no, so regular GDDR is actually super wacky because you have, so the base clock of the memory is 1/4 the effective data rate, but there's like a mid clock in between the two. So it's technically not QDR. I've literally never tested error correction, so I don't know. Actually, I wonder if one of the Intel datasheets that I have has this information for memory. Let's try this one. Oh man, it doesn't say DDR5 2 DIMMs per channel. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so so officially, according to Intel, if your motherboard has more than 1 DIMM per channel, it shouldn't even do 4800 megabits per second. Right? So so technically, if you have a regular Z690 motherboard and your memory is running at 4800, Intel considers that an overclock because it's not spec at all. Anyway, if you go up to two DIMMs, they only support 4000 megabits per second. And if you get 4 DIMMs, they only support up to 3600 megabits per second. Basically, DDR5 is not designed for high memory speeds and high capacities. Like this right here is already not at all in Intel spec. And it's terrible. Freaking 4800 megabits per second, and it's like, oh yeah, you're already out of spec by 800 megabits per second. Yes, lovely. Where did I put that data sheet? Oh, here it is. Yeah, 1D PC refers to when only one DIMM slot per channel is routed. Rank per channel. Memory down of all technologies should be implemented homogeneous. There's no support for memory modules with different techs or VDD2 is processor DRAM voltage and VDDQ is DRAM voltage, pending DRAM samples availability. Mixed DIMM in 2D PC use 2N command mode with 1 and 2 speed bins below max speed. 5 volts is SODIMM UDIMM voltage, 1.1 memory down voltage. They don't really give anything more useful than that. But basically, Intel doesn't think you should be running quad rank. Like, this kind of spec is like, this is fine if you have a server. Actually, I wonder what oh, we don't have any DDR5 servers yet. Oh, damn it. I wonder what the spec looks like that for those. Because DDR4 server hardware goes so slow. Like, so slow. There's a DDR4 1866 spec. Like, literally DDR3 speeds. I mean, this is literally DDR4 speeds. Is 2x32 3600 crucial still the best for 5950X? If you're getting 64 gigs of RAM, yeah, I'd recommend that. Can I ask something not related to 12th gen motherboards? You just did. Well, I don't know if asking a question about if something is related to... No, that's not related to 12th gen motherboards. I didn't say you couldn't ask. I just said you already did. Nah, DDR5 servers will definitely happen. And I think really quickly. Because, like, actually, I think DDR5 server sticks were produced before the, regular UDIMMs were produced. Like, here's the thing. If you have a server running your memory at 3600 megabits per second, doesn't matter. All you care about is density, and that's basically it. And DDR5 does a really good job of that. Yeah, DDR5, yes. There are already so they're not Intel DDR5 servers. IBM then? What servers? Who made which servers where? $668 gig sticks. But what servers? Wait, Ice Lake, what? Oh, okay. I did not know. Processors. Xeons. Is that it? I have no idea. This doesn't look like DDR5. No, this is DDR4. I guess it's some, like, only... only people who, like, only if you're a big server, like, or more like if you're only if you're a big data center do you get access to this stuff. Damn it. What? DDR5 servers, yeah, they do use JEDEC spec. Like, DDR5 servers are perfectly happy to run at snail speeds. Like, DDR4 servers are perfectly happy to run at snail speeds, because with with servers, you don't care. It's just like, I need more RAM. And if it runs at snail speeds, who cares? Like, the only demand is more, like, just lots and lots of capacity. Anyway. XMP1 and XMP2 settings and use cases. So XMP2 and XMP1 are an Asus thing, and basically XMP2, if I remember correctly, follows the spec of the memory module, and XMP1 replaces some of the timings with what Asus thinks is best. You remember the dual height DDR4 sticks? Yes, I do. They also did them with G-Skill and Zadak. There was a second company that also made them. Yeah, snail speed RAM is still faster than a swap drive. Can I expect 4400 Viper kits to do 3800 CL16? A lot of them will do 3800 CL14. Dual rank. No, Asus BIOS is wacky like that. It has XMP 1 and 2. And they're not, and they're like, so you put the, man, see, this is the kind of thing I hate about Asus BIOS. But yeah, they have like an XMP1, XMP2 thing. There are stock trading servers that use normal Intel CPUs and DDR5. Yeah, but those are like focused on super high speed. I'm not sure that they necessarily care about memory capacity on those. Okay, well, I think end of stream. Does command rate matter for 10th gen Intel, or should I just shoot for highest speed I can? Depends on the benchmark. But life is a lot easier with 2T command rate. And I'm if I'm not benchmarking, I would much rather have, like, I'd much rather be in 2T and not have to worry about 1T. I'd just leave it in 2T. It makes life so much easier to be in 2T. That's kind of like why I use gear down mode. It's like, yeah, technically 1T without gear down mode is faster, but I can't be bothered with that shit. So, should I just end the stream at this point? Because I'm pretty tempted to do that. It's been up for 5 hours. I'm not going to say anything more about these motherboards. In fact, I don't ever want to talk about B660 ever again. Gaming time? No, I have shit to do. Like, I need to make a video, don't I? Yeah, I need to work on videos. Yeah, ending. Thanks for watching, guys. Goodbye. I'm just gonna hit the stop button at this point. I can't be bothered with coming up with a better ending.